Cycling fans, good morning. Wherever you are, whether you're in Anguilla, the region, or international, welcome to the 26th edition of the annual John T. Cycle Memorial Race. This race today is going to be grueling. It's going to be a challenging event, 145 miles through the street of Anguilla. Today we have athletes from across the region, and they're lined up for what is going to be an exciting contest. Atmosphere is going to be electric, and the riders are making their final preparations for what is going to be a grueling contest. So we encourage you all to come out, enjoy the color, the action, the drama of one of the world's most spectacular sports. 26th edition of the annual John T. Cycle Memorial Race. In the elite category, we have a total of 18 cyclists representing St. Vincent, Belize, I'm seeing the Dominican Republic, Guadeloupe, Guyana, Antigua, Barbados, and also Dominica. Pressures on the Anguillians today. Just like the 14th of July, which is Bastille Day, the French expect every cyclist to win a stage during the prestigious Tour de France. So the Anguillians, high expectations, but it's not going to be a given, because in the peloton we have some previous winners, and these guys are hungry once again. The first prize is a lot of cash, so everybody's going to be aiming for that first spot on the podium. It's going to be exciting. It's pretty windy. Temperatures about 86 degrees. Wind is from the east, about 17 knots. So we don't anticipate any lone person to be on a break. I guess the cyclist is going to be cautious, looking at who's going to make the first break, who's going to be drafting. So we expect to see a lot of tactics today. The annual event started back in 2000 in memory of John T. Of course, he was one of the cycling promoters. First event was held in 2000, and it was won by Nipo Surge, representing a team out of Guadeloupe. The race hasn't started yet. They're making the final preparations, announcing the route and all of the rules. I'm not certain if it's going to be a controlled start. So while we are waiting, we're going to run through the list of winners over the years. Okay, and there goes the gun. So we're on our way, folks. We encourage you to come out. It's going to be action, color. It's a lot of drama. The world's most spectacular sport, folks. The 26th edition of the annual John T. Memorial Cycle Race is on its way on the streets of Anguilla. Hi, Darren. So it appears as if it's a controlled start. We're just going around the roundabout, heading up towards what used to be the Albina Lake Arch Comprehensive School. And this is the elite category. A field of 18 cyclists, not much action, everybody's cautious. Seems to be, it's a controlled start so far. Approaching the lake's traffic light. Very small peloton compared to what we used to have over the years, but nevertheless, it's a dying sport, and we're trying our best to see how we could get it revived. 3 Anguillians are in the elite category, so they will have to be riding very smart. Expectations is on the Anguillians, like I said earlier, to actually take control of the race, but they have to ride a very smart race. And there's an attack. There is an attack, folks. It's all the action. It's all the action. All the action, folks. Let's see who's going to be responding. Oh my, this is going to be action today. So we're passing the Beerus Bakery, and They are lined up as if they are in a line for food, folks. We can't see who's actually driving the peloton, but oh my word, it's a string. It's a string. Someone is driving the peloton and it's a chase. So let's see who is going to be bridging. Let's see if the tempo is going to drop. But folks, I told you it's going to be exciting. I told you it's going to be drama. This is the world's most spectacular sport, folks. It's cycling around the Proctor's turn, and it is still a long line. Not certain what is going on with Sherwin Osborne, but he is to the tail of the group. And someone is in front taking charge of the operation, and it is getting hot, folks. It is getting hot. We are passing the Anglet satellite office, and it is pressure. All the pressure, folks. Not certain if the person that is driving the group, if he has a comprehensive plan, because to go so early, you better have a plan. Because it's 145 kilometers, folks. This is a long race and a long day. Attack. We can't see what that is, but there is an attack, folks. There is an attack. He went to the right and he launched an attack like a missile out of a launch pad. Folks, this is action. This is all the days, and we have seen 2 vicious attacks so far. That could only tell you what is to come.
Alright guys, so taking it over here as we come through the quarter area. It's a lot of firepower right now up on the front end. We had St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We had Jakeem Carty right now on the front end, followed by number 9. There in the sofa seat we have the man Vincent. He would have laced an attack just earlier on in the quarter. And it seems like the pace have slowed, but Vincent is on again. Attack by Vincent there on the right hand side, guys. Jakeem right now right in his wheel. Fast responding there. So there we have it. The pace have slowed a bit. We would have had an So guys, we're here in the Farrington area. As these riders are still bunched up, we're here with the elite group, and it's gonna be bare excitement today, guys. Attack by number 9. Attack by number 9, guys. What an attack. Okay. There's a little bit of separation happening right now. A 3-man. I think I'm seeing St. Vincent, which would be Lucky, Jakeem, and number 9. Nothing too serious because the bunch is back together again as we head here in the long path area. Okay, attack by the man Carty there, Jakeem Carty. Attack by Jakeem, number 10 out of St. Martin. Okay, he looked like he would have eased up a bit there. Just put down the pressure a bit. Testing out the legs of the guys. as we're here in the long pad right now. See if we can get on up. Sorry? Alright guys, so as we're here in the long path area here, heading on up to Sandy Hill. Let's see what will take place going over this hill. We have the man, Shot Man, here in the sofa seat out of Anguilla. Up ahead of him is number 11, which would have been Vincent, the 2024 John T. Memorial winner. I'm seeing Delroy look like he's peeking out his head right now. Maybe ready to lace an attack anytime soon going over Sandy Hill Hill, there by the roundabout. As these guys trample going around the roundabout, Delroy takes the lead position going over the Sandy Hill Hill there. Seems like the tempo has stepped up. Delroy on the front end, doing the pulling over the hill. Shot Man is in the sofa. Vincent right now seems like he's looking back, priming himself for maybe an attack. It's just time to wait and see, but we're here just making it over the Sandy Hill Hill there, on to Sea Feathers. As I'll hand it over to Thomas to give a little brief history about this area.
Okay, we would have just climbed over the Sandy Hill, and now we're heading in the area of Sea Feathers. It appears as if Delroy is controlling the entire peloton. If I were to give him some advice, I would suggest he just sit in the peloton as opposed to be exerting so much energy. There are some big numbers in that peloton, and Delroy has to be very careful. I reckon the peloton is doing about 40 kilometers. Going to be approaching the Sandy Hill 70 Adventist Church momentarily. No big split up. The group is still together. Short Man is at the back of the group, no doubt trying to take as much cover as he can. Would be advisable for all the Anguillans to follow suit as opposed to be trying to pull this peloton. Like I said earlier, there are some big numbers. Folks, we're entering into East End. This is the home of Honest Brian, one of our farmer cyclists. So we will say good morning to Ben as we come through. Pace have dropped significantly. No one is taking control. Peloton is basically still together. I guess everyone is looking at each other. Seems to be Delroy, as if Delroy is still in control. That energy he might need for a later time. Okay, no big action. I can see Vincent seems to be just ahead of Short Man. And these are the guys who the Anguillians should be looking at. So we have persons like Vincent. We know that he won the Jaunty in 2024. We also have the Bajans. We know that they would have placed more than once. So we have to be very careful as to how we actually sharp. Delroy is still in control. Okay. Okay, so we are passing the old Eastern School as we go around the Sandy Hill Pond, the Eastern Pond. The route today is going to take us through Eastern, through Island Harbor, Stoner Ground. We're going to come back to the start finish line, proceed south through West End. And guys, in the days of John T, every time the race passed Sandy Ground, we had to go down that hill. Even if it was not on the initial route planned, we had to go down that hill. So after West End, on the way out of West End, we pass into Southall into Sandy Ground. So we're going to be doing Sandy Ground twice today. One Island Harbor, 3 Sandy Hills. We're going to be doing, I think it's 2 West Ends and 2 Sandy Grounds. Okay, you're not missing much action. The peloton is pretty much still together. Okay, the guys are behaving themselves. We haven't seen any attacks since those 2 initial attacks in the Farrington, and they were vicious attacks, folks. They were vicious attacks. So I guess those attacks were to see who was going to follow and who can close the gap. But Jaja is not a small number, folks. So that is one of the guys that the Angolan should be looking at.
Well, Thomas, just to butt in there a little bit, quite happy that you mentioned that name there because of the aftermath of yesterday. And we won't want to see that same thing here today again, Thomas. So it's a good thing that you called one of the race favorites for today. He was pretty much a danger man yesterday, not forgetting Vincent. And we have to call out Delroy because he's no small number as well in this competitive fight here. But I'm expecting an attack over Whitehill. That's my predictions right now. I'm thinking that these guys will lay some attacks going over Whitehill, and then we'll see a great divide.
But that.
So as we're heading up to the Whitehill area there, getting ready to approach the hill.
Well, Darren, it's
Any
still
remarks, Thomas?
everybody seems to be behaving themselves, keeping it under control. No real excitement. Waiting to see if your prediction is going to turn up right, if the hill is going to cause any excitement, any separation. But so far, steady pace as they approach the Whitehill.
Doesn't seem like anyone is cranking it up as yet. I'm hoping to see some action here over Whitehill, but nothing as yet. See what takes place here. Seems like the guns are still a little seized up. The legs is still trying to warm up. The bunch is still together. So it doesn't seem like much excitement taking place there over the Whitehill area, as my predictions would have been that someone probably would have laced an attack going over there Whitehill. Attack by Jakeem there. Attack by Jakeem. Not quite on the Whitehill, but just over Whitehill, and we're starting to see the great divide. No multiplication, just subtraction here from the bunch. And it's starting to string out. The elastic is starting to stretch as Shortman is here in the sofa seat trying to wind his way back in. But Jakeem right now has laced an attack. And he's out and about. This could be trouble, guys. This could be trouble. The race is still young, but this could be trouble. Right in front of me, I have number 23. Don't really want to cut in front of the riders. So, draft. But we do have a great divide here. Seems like Justin has some mechanical there. Just in front of number 23 in the sofa. His chain is off. Let's see if he has the skill to put that chain back on while riding. And he does. So Justin is back in swing again. He would have lost some ground there. I don't know if he has what it takes, but Thomas, you can take it away as we are here in Island Harbor. Give a brief rundown.
Okay, as we come to the sleepy fishing village of Island Harbor, on the downward slope of the Baptist Church, it appears as if we have two cyclists in the back. It's William Justin Hodge and
youngster there, Jakeem Carter, is devastating, guys. He would have stringed the bunch. I didn't know close back in. This is the distance between Jakeem and the 4-man lead chain. So we'll stay here with the Anguilla cyclists here and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Look like that Ricochet would have even laced Del Rey a blow in this tsunami that Jakeem would have hit there. The tempo is up. We'll stick around here with the Anguilla cyclists here and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They're not too far behind the leaders. It's a 4-man lead group consisting of look like one of the team Sonic riders, St. Martin, Jakeem Carter, Belize, and the man Vincent. So Vincent and his teammate Jakeem Carter and one of the team Sonic riders up there on the front end, which would be Barbados. So once again, we're heading on down to the Welch's area, just coming out of Island Harbor, and this is devastating right now with the blow that youngster would have hit. So I'm here with the three riders. Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Anguilla. Just up ahead of them, maybe about I would estimate about a 5-second gap, maybe a little more. Close visual, they're right in sight. If they walk together, they can potentially come back in. But that 4-man group out there on the front end is very, very strong. I must say, it's very strong because it consists of the 2 riders, the race favorites, which would be Vincent and Jakeem Carter. And providing those guys walk together, it can be a very, very brutal battle for these guys here, this 3-guy chase group. As they approach the Welch's area here, going over the first incline. Seems like Del Rey is paying the price a bit. You can see it on his face. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he's paying the price too as well. These guys are suffering, but this is a part of cycling. St. Vincent looked like he would have leave go the muffler there. Carrots seem to be a little cooked. Those carrots are cooked. Then we have the man Del Rey going over. Second chaser in command. Let's see how this one will pan out. Let's see how this one will pan out as the supporters are here on Welch's Hill. I think there would have been a prize there on Welch's Hill for the first rider. So guys, we're here with Anguilla's very own cyclist, the main man of the show today, which would be Del Rey Carter, as we stick with him for a bit and the gap is opening, guys. The proximity that I would have seen earlier is no longer there. The gap is opening on the descent for Welch's Hill. Those 4 riders would have really stepped up the tempo.
Good morning, listeners. This is Fel Darren. I'm shocked. I don't know, Cuts, if you want to join in and give your thoughts on this, but it is devastating very early on to see the kind of damage that has been done. It's possible that we may be looking at our first and second before the end of the first lap. Thoughts on that, Avery?
Well, we are seeing the collateral damage of the attack that Jaja would have put on. Up front, I think there are 4 cyclists up there, and those are 4 danger men. So these two have to work together. Serious collaboration, serious communication. But at the same time, while they're exerting all that energy, they have to be smart. But it's going to be hard for them because it's 2 chasing 4, and the odds is always against the 2. So they have to be hoping that the 2 in the back don't get it right so these guys can't join. And of course, our very own Delroy and Bejan is probably hoping that the front guys are disorganized so that they can rejoin. But what we're looking at is collateral damage, folks. That attack had to be vicious.
Brilliant attack, because he saw early when Delroy made the attack, no one really chased him, and they let him.
So guys, as we're heading up to the coming out of Badcocks area there, heading on up to Stoner Ground, Shoalbay roundabout. This is your lead group. They have about maybe, I would say maybe 20 seconds, 15-20 seconds ahead. It could be a little more as we go over the little hill there by Shoalbay roundabout.
That's Russell there? My mic is on mute. Is that Russell?
Okay guys, so there it is. These are your leaders for right now as we approach the Stoner Ground area there. As it still remains the 4 riders, see if I can get a up close of them. But definitely the 2 race favorites are here, Jakeem Carty and Vincent. Dylan is here on the same team as the man Vincent, and we have Howard out of Barbados from the team Sonics. So 1 St. Martin, 2 overseas riders on the same team, 1 from France, 1 from Belize, and we have the Bajan rider there as well from team Sonics, which would be Howard. Back and forth, they'll be shuffling, rotating together. Jakeem right now in the sofa seat in this 4-man group. So there we have have it right up alongside him as the man Vincent is pacing his way through as his teammate rotates with him, Howard. Then we have the team Sonic Rider right on his wheel, getting ready for his rotation. Jakeem in the third position and Vincent back in the sofa seat. A smooth rotation between the riders as the Sonic Rider takes over now, which would be Howard, then Jakeem in the second position, followed by Vincent in the third position, and his teammate in the fourth position. As Scott would have said, smooth rotation indeed. It is a smooth rotation. These guys are destined and determined to maintain this lead by any means necessary. As we come down to the Aurelia Kelly Primary School here, back on down to the start-finish line. See if I can get up there a bit to see how many kilometers these guys are doing. Roughly I'm doing about 60 kilometers on the dash. Smooth rotation, and maybe they might dash it up a bit more there on the descent just before the finish line. Guys, so we're here approaching the start finish line right now. As the crowd cheers these guys passing. As we're here passing the bank.
John T used to live and have his little establishment just on the right hand side. And that is where the race used to start back in the other days before they had the reconstruction and the realignment, which is the reason why now the race starts over at the Webster Park. But with the development of the roads, the race had to be moved because the road was actually too small. Passing the old factory, then we can be approaching the roundabout. Darren, this four-man group here is concerning me because there's only three spots on the podium. It would be exciting to see if these guys can maintain 145 kilometers together. So you know what, that is setting up to be an exciting sprint.
Let's see every right now. All of them are contributing some massive attachments with each other. They are meant, so we just have to stay tuned. This move was well put together. Some of the other segments for the move that was really happening. People are way out for the moves of Vincent and his partner from the police and Jakeem as well. Once you know this train going, you gotta be on it. Train station car, trying to move up the road, that's what happened.
Agreed, Cuts. But it's a very good formation. We're seeing excellent rotation between the cyclists, and they are working together to establish a firm gap.
Cuts, well, I'll piggyback on some of that stuff that you would have said there, and I totally agree. It's all strategy, you know. You definitely have to position yourself. When you see danger men like these launching out, you certainly have to be inside of a break like this. You have to. I'd agree. No signs of Del Rey at the moment.
What would you say is the pace right now that
I'll give it to you right now, tell you how much these guys are doing. I'll match them right now. Right now I'm doing about 60 kilometers dashing up the board here, going through the George Hill area as we approach the Sid and Pete supermarket by the stoplight there, by Jelly Barbecue. Thomas, we would have missed it, but we passed Mr. Evan Gums. I know you would have had some history here in George Hill, in your hometown, which I think you could still share about this village of George Hill, where you reside as well.
Well, Darren, passing to George Hill, of course, we all know this is the cycling hotbed of Angola. Mr. Evan Gums, he was the first president of the association. He was also a cyclist. Georgia produced some very good cyclists. Today, we don't have any cyclists in the race because we all have retired. But the four-man group, smooth rotation, almost like poetry in motion. Well organized. I guess these guys are determined to maintain the break. Jaja is driving, and he seems to have good collaboration from his team.
Jakeem really establish what we call the big dogs in the race.
Definitely.
Just giving those in the chasing pack a lot of work to do. I would want to know the gap between this four-man breakaway and Delroy and his partner further behind.
I think what we're also seeing as well is the sun is starting to take a toll on some of the cyclists. You can see them trying to cool themselves. We are just at about 12 minutes past 11.
It's hot.
And the place is heating up. And as the sun heats up, we'll see the cyclist pace start to slow down a bit, which is why it's so important for the cyclists in the lead to put the pressure on from now, to make sure that they can secure whatever podium places they can. But it's important for the support teams to be present as well and make sure that the cyclists remain properly fueled, drinking their carbohydrates, eating their bananas, and whatever other food sources they may be using to keep the energy levels up and trying to keep the bodies as cool as possible. We also have the Masters category, who are currently making their way down Queen Elizabeth Avenue. I believe that is Blade we're seeing on the screen.
Yeah, that's Blade, led by the French Express train, which is Nipo Surge. And of course, we all know he was the first jaunty winner back in 2000. No small number. And just equally, Blade is no small number either. This is a dangerous combination here. And no doubt they too would have damaged the rest of the peloton. So there's a lot of damaged persons to the back trying to catch Blade and Nipo. Like I said yesterday, Nipo rode for a team over in Guadeloupe called USL, and he was very instrumental and USL went into Tour of Guadeloupe year after year. He was actually a domestic, which is actually the walker. He did all of the hard work. And we all would have seen him into Anguilla many times. So 2 dangerous numbers here. And for the listening public, Jaja is the son of Blade. So it's a father-son combination today. These guys came to Anguilla to reap havoc. So how we going to control them, we don't know. But we're looking at in the elite category, Jaja is actually leading that 4-man group. And in the masters category, his dad is trying to control the French Express train, which I think he's going to have plenty of problems controlling Nipo today.
I'm really liking the rotations from those 4 in the front, you know. As I keep saying, it's a long race, and they're all making sure that they can all stay and maintain the gap that they have built very early in this race. What's going to be interesting is, as we get into the latter stages, do any of them start to think about their own finishing position and try something that may throw off the balance of the rest of the group? You don't want to attack too early. You don't want to break it up into a sprint too early. You definitely don't want to give yourself any chance of being caught up by that chasing pack. But right now you're seeing excellent rotations from the 4 in the front. Just saw both Levy and Vincent take a turn after Jakeem took his turn in the front. They're all just going around nicely, ensuring that they can maintain this pace. They're heading west, about to approach the Dungeon Gym, heading westwards to the lower South Hill. It is we're going to be going west, and it's 2 into sandy ground this time. That sandy ground leg is also going to be very, very interesting, you know, coming back up the hill that makes or breaks a number of these riders.
Agreed. And it's very likely that we may see somewhat of a cooperation until we get to that point.
Exactly that.
and as we get to the crest of the hill, it is very likely that we may see some more attacks to try and shake off and secure those final 3 positions on the podium. As you say, it's still early. We don't know what can happen, and the race can change. But for now, it's being controlled by the pack of 4 leading.
No doubt that pack of 4, they're all experienced cyclists. Jaja is riding over in Europe. I'm not certain what Dylan and Vincent is doing, or the Bayesian is doing. But experienced cyclists, we can see from the way they are rotating. And the smart thing to do is to walk together. While they may be on different teams, they walk together. It's 145 miles, still a long way to go and a long day. Once the race comes to a finish, then it's every man for themselves. But the objective here is proper collaboration, keep the rotation going, and keep that speed up, because if Delroy and the other guy that is chasing, if they ever see this 4-man break, that's like a shark smelling blood.
Yep.
They will drive, and chances that they might be able to bridge the gap.
Do not let them get back in this race. That is the objective on the minds on all 4 of those men in that pack right now. Do not let anybody else join us. Heading westward, we've now entered West End. This 4-man group that it really separated itself going eastward there. We've now gone all the way around down to the west, and they're maintaining a very good pace. I really like the rotations that we're seeing, you know. I keep talking about it, but you like to see cyclists performing the sport the way it is meant to be ridden. Cycling, we call cycling an individual sport often, you know. It is very much a team sport. You cannot win without a team.
Yes, and it's a tactical sport as well.
Very,
So
very.
it's very important to see what sort of tactics the cyclists will employ as the race goes on, how they set up, I would say, for making sure they get the best possible outcome. But time will tell. Again, we've seen an excellent rotation. The cyclists are working very well together. And as long as we continue to see that level of cooperation between the front four, it makes it extremely difficult for anyone chasing to really catch up, especially considering the fact that the pair who would be chasing at the back, they have less numbers to rotate than the front four.
It is a lot of work for those two. Of course, while the elites are making their way down into the west, the masters have just gotten down at the south hill as well, you know. Still those two in the front. Of course, the chasing pack doesn't seem to be too far behind in the masters group. They are all in the South Hill area. It's still Blade and Nippo in the front for the masters, and
one advantage I must highlight is that the chasing group is at a little advantage, being that they don't have an leading vehicle which will clear the traffic. So now these guys would have to be pacing their bike and battling the traffic. I'm not making any excuses, but the four men in front is at an advantage that they have the police to clear the traffic for them, and they can consistently be driving home.
That's a good observation, Cots. And we want to make an appeal while we're on that topic to the motorists to be mindful of the cyclists, exercise as much patience as possible so that we can... 1 minute, 20 seconds. Okay. And we're just getting information that Delroy is approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds behind the leading group. So he's working diligently trying to close that gap, but he has an enormous task ahead of him.
I do anticipate that may only grow, you know. A minute and 20 right now. As they come around the western point and start to come back up, I do believe that that gap will only grow as Delroy will only have more work to do.
Well, the winners are of the east at about 17 knots. The four-man group is at an advantage because they can rotate, and they will have enough time to recover until it's their time to rotate again. Whereas if Delroy is riding alone, he is solo. Whereas if you have help, then that will be a little bit better for him. But coming out of Western, folks, 17 knots in your chest is going to be a time trial effort if you want to rejoin.
And if anyone can do that, I think Delroy would be the best person for that challenge.
That will be hope.
But it's a long and lonely road coming out of Western. And it's a windy day, as Avery said. So it is a mammoth challenge for Delroy to go up against. The important thing is for him to try and close the gap as much as possible now while he has the tailwind on him, so that he can hopefully try and catch them and bridge the gap to get into this rotation with the leading four cyclists. However, I do not see the leading four cyclists allowing that to happen if it is within their control.
I do believe something drastic would have to happen for those four in the front to allow anybody else back into this race.
We can see one of them now calling for their support vehicle. It's good to see the cyclists, as I say, they're keeping hydrated. They're making sure they give their best effort to consume as much fluids as possible, which is a good sign. And as long as we can see the cyclists continue to drink and keep themselves hydrated, it is very likely that we'll see them continue to keep the pressure on.
Well, at this time, I would like to big up the sponsors. Without you guys, this would not have been possible. The Anguilla Football Association, Department of Sports, Liberty, Anguilla ANC Port Authority, Four Seasons, Nagico Insurance, Superior Industrial, Mako Insurance, NCBA, and anybody else who we forgot to mention, and big up one time too, and all those on the sidelines watching, those are logged into AI Live. Thank you. We love your support. Share, like, follow us.
But we also have to mention those supporters who always diligently come out every year to give water, bananas, and no one asked them, no one gave them money. They do it on their own. So that's pretty much appreciated because this sport of cycling is a grueling sport. It's a demanding sport. It's a hard sport. And when you're out there and you're getting dehydrated, if your 2 water bottles or if your third one that you have in your back is dry, then you definitely need someone to give you, even if it's a drop of water.
Definitely. And for a number of years, we've heard cyclists say that one of the reasons why they enjoy coming to Anguilla for the Jaunty is the public participation and support that they receive as cyclists, regardless of what country they're from, which is commendable and is something we'd like to see continue.
Well, we're heading back eastward. The four-man group now going into the wind. This is going to be a completely different challenge. You can already see the pace has dropped a little bit. It's going to be more work and it's going to take a lot more effort. Just saw, look like the chasing pack just passing them going westward while the leading pack is going east. It wasn't a two-man group we saw going down there.
And now will be the time to test the level of cooperation that we've been seeing.
That's exactly what that these four riders are going to lead now. The only goal is to stay as far ahead as possible. Couple more support cars making their way forward. It just looks as if the riders have exhausted their water resources.
Okay, so we're approaching the Four Seasons Hotel area. This is the Smurf area, folks, and we cannot forget Smurf. Smurf always comes out and gives the cyclists support, water, banana, mangoes. So we could never have a sport, we'd never have a race and forget about boy Smurf.
Definitely. One of the passionate supporters of cycling in Anguilla. Give everything he had.
Alright guys, sorry about that technical difficulties there we were encountering as we're heading out of Lower South Hill area, passing Anguilla Trading, I think. As we head over this slight incline here in South Hill. Yes, guys, so as we are passing the Blue Ridge area here in South Hill, these riders are pacing. These riders are pacing at roughly about, I would say, 35, 36 kilometers maybe, off and on. But really good ride in there. Yeah, so as we approach the South Hill area, we're in South Hill actually, passing Greg's truck in here.
Okay, folks, you're not missing anything. It's the four-man break still in the elite category, coming out of Western, approaching the Connors Corriental area. Not much action. Everybody simply riding moderately. And those on the sideline who think that cycling is an easy sport, I urge you to get on a bike and then you'll see how difficult it is. Cycling is one of the oldest sports. The first cycle race was held back in France in 1868, and that was won by an Englishman. So I think the English people know how to ride a bike. The first Jaunty Memorial Cycle Race was held in 2000, and if I were to rewind back, the first organized race in Angola was held in 1970. So that's just giving you some history. And we had some organizers, and I know when I call some of the names, eyebrows and eyes are going to be popping up. So there was a gentleman called Jimmy Woods. He held the first organized race between organized races between 1970 and 1971. So that's Jimmy Woods. The second organized races were held by a gentleman called Colin Bino, and that was between 1972 and 1977. So there's some history in Angola, folks. You're not missing much because the four-man break, they are continuing with the rotation, continuing with that collaboration, that communication, and they have to do their best to keep that chase group from catching them. Out of the West End, we're going to be heading into Sanagong momentarily, and there might be some separation in that Sanagong Hill. The objective of the four-man group is to stay together as long as they can, because the more they are, the stronger they are. So it's going to be pretty much interesting to see what happens on the descent of the Sanagong Hill and when they begin to climb. And the Sanagong Hill today is not a Sanagong Hill that we used to have back in our day. So it's a much gentler slope now. Back in the day it was an aggressive slope and it was difficult to get over it.
Master's also the exact same. It's still two riders taking care of the heavy load in the front of this race. It is still the original winner and the master to the apprentice, the father of the young man who has taken this race so far by storm. Jakeem Carty's dad, the man, Blade and Nipple. Still in the front for the Masters. It's going to come down to those two. And nothing much being missed. The Masters are coming out of West End right now. It is a pace that is going to allow them to continue to stretch their gap while not exerting too much effort. Once again, coming back east is a lot more difficult. The wind is blowing directly into your chest. It's pushing you back. And riding into a headwind is not fun.
And if we looking to see how much pressure the cyclists are under, take a look at the shoulders.
Yep, yep. That headwind is no fun. I can tell you that. Just have to keep your head down and keep going. The riders, once again, it's the roads in Anguilla as well. It's consistently up and down slopes. You're never really on a straight plane. Consistently changing. You're seeing some riders going into the foxing when they're going up these gentle slopes sometimes just to make their lives a bit easier. But this group, it's a mixed group that we're seeing right now. A couple elites, couple masters.
Masters A.
Junior.
Masters A and Junior.
Yep, Masters A and Juniors are all in there mixed together, and they can all use each other for support, you know. You don't have to be riding in the same category to ride together, and you can see that a couple of the Masters, they're just sheltering themselves behind a few of the younger riders, allowing them to take the brunt of this real slog into the wind. Of course, the elites, it's more of the same. It's 4 in the front, and those 4 are very much rotating.
For some perspective, the last update we had, Delroy was the closest chaser, and he was approximately 1 minute and 30 seconds behind. So there's still a reasonable gap between the leaders and the chasers for the elite category.
They're coming around the Sandy Ground Pond for the first time. Going into Sandy Ground, it's going to be very interesting to see them coming back up the hill as they go around and back up. This is where a lot of action may happen. We may start to see a bit of separation now, as this is probably going to be the sharpest incline they will see today. Going back into the wind, it's going to be a very difficult test of endurance. What will be interesting for me is who takes the hill first, who takes the front, and who's going to take the brunt of it going up the initial part of that hill. It looks like it's Howard right now, but I wonder if he's going to allow the youngster. I wonder if those guys will allow the younger man, that being Jakeem Carty. I wonder if they'll allow him to deal with it. Delroy them just do. So they're about 1.5 minutes, as you said. It's just about 1.5 minutes. They're behind right now. I wonder if the experienced riders in Vincent and Levy are going to allow the young man Carty to just take care of this one. You do all the heavy lifting for now.
Well, I would be disappointed if there's a separation in the hill. I would like to see them continue to work together.
You want it.
Continue the rotation as opposed to one attack the other in the hill.
Yep.
Then there's going to be a separation. Then there might be a one-man break. He will be fighting on his own. Together they are stronger. So
Simple as that.
we'll wait to see how they're going to negotiate the hill. And it appears, cuts that the chase group is less than 1 minute, and the time clock that we got before, it looks like that has been reached.
Going down the hill cut down a lot of time. Going back up the hill now is going to... That's where you're going to see how big this gap truly is.
Now that they have them in sights, there's more motivation to try and catch them.
That's like a shark smelling blood.
Yep.
And Jaja is going to be taking control of the operation.
Yep, exactly what I was thinking. Going up the hill, you let the young man do the work.
He's looking very good right now. Good posture.
You're all
Taking
foxing.
his time, nice cadence. He's taking his time and he's pacing very nicely going up the hill.
Exactly what we thought would happen has happened so far. The youngster Carty taking charge. Howard now make a little move, but there.
Here we go.
That's exactly what I was talking about. An attack
Attack
on the
in the
hill,
Sandra Grung Hill
separate
right now.
the sheep from the goats.
Attack. There's an attack. Vincent doesn't look like he's pretty much concerned about it. I know Jakeem is a very good hill rider, and the separation has happened. It has taken place. I don't know if there's a preem here on the hill. More than likely there is, but Jakeem is out and about.
You gotta separate.
There it is, guys. There it is, as we're here on the Sandra Grung Hill. So he would have taken the preem. So Jakeem would have taken the false preem.
So we saw Jaja launch a massive attack in the hill. We could only assume that because there was a cream coming down the hill. Once he climbed the hill, he got hydrated and he pulled the throttle back. I can only assume he's hoping that his friends, hope that they can be friends again.
My goodness.
After
But
that
Thomas,
massive attack. So we can see a huge separation.
not failing to mention.
Yeah, but that was a massive attack indeed. You can see, although it was for a preem, the separation has happened, and you can see that Vincent and Dylan was struggling a little bit in the climb. Those two fellas came over very smooth, as you can see. Although they ease, look at the magnitudes of the gap between them.
But if you look at Jaja, he's looking back. I guess he's looking forward because he's going to need help.
They need them again.
He really need help. And as you can see, throttle is pulled back and the chase group is catching him. I think that they will catch him. So we're in the water swamp area, heading back into Georgia. We're going to be heading back into, and Georgia's asking for help. We're going to be heading back around the valley roundabout, back up to Sandy Hill through what we call the Mango Garden, reverse course, and we're going to be back to the west again.
I don't think he realized how much of a blistering attack it was, Avery. A bit of youthful exuberance.
That was a battle of hell just now.
Yeah, boy.
And I think we are seeing all the markers of the strongest cyclists, perhaps.
Yep.
But that's an indication, though, that those other two guys are not as strong, because if Jaja or if the Bayesian launch another attack, it could be devastating for them.
Trouble.
Agree.
If they open that gap to 30 seconds, then you may start to see a bit of panic set in for the other two experienced riders, because all of a sudden they're in a chasing pack with a chasing pack behind them.
Exactly. And what we may be likely to see is Delroy and the Chasers catching them.
Yep. And now they have help, and they can get back in the race.
And it can work out well for them, because then they may have more numbers to chase the two leaders.
Yep.
But we have to wait to see how motivated they are and how much energy they actually have left.
That's going to be the
able
key
to
there.
bridge that gap.
So, folks, we are looking at the 26th edition of the annual John T. Memorial Cycle Race, and we can see the Chase group.
They're back.
They're going to rejoin again. As we come to George Hill, which is the cycling hotbed, the very first cyclist to win an organized race in Angola was Jerry Mopstick Richardson. So, of course, from the village of George Hill. So we'll say good morning to Jerry wherever you are, one of Angola national champions. So, to give you the good news, it's a 4-man group again. So, the two that got popped in the hill from that massive Jaja missile, they were able to regroup, no doubt. Jaja pulled the throttle back so that they all could be together again. But I tell you, money separates the cheapest of friends, because it was a preem on the hill.
Yep.
Jaja saw the opportunity and he just pulled the trigger. So we're passing the old house restaurant. back into Jartu, into Wallblake, and we're going to be approaching the Valley Roundabout again. Folks, come on out and witness the action, the drama, the color of the world's most spectacular sport. It's cycling, the 26th edition of the annual John T. Memorial Cycle Race.
Well, what that attack has done is it's not separated the four-man group from each other, but it separated them from the chasing pack, because it's now almost doubled the initial gap that they had. It gets up to over 2.5 minutes now between this four and Delroy chasing.
You can see one of the cyclists taking in some gel. He's trying to get his fueling back up. Make sure he has the energy to continue the race as they head further back into the east. And we want to indicate how much danger Jaja and the Sonic cyclists may be in. Howard, given that the two French cyclists are on the same team.
Yep.
So they want to be very careful, knowing when to use them to their advantage and when to cut them off.
Exactly. You have
So
to
it's
know.
all about timing and tactics, as we said earlier.
It's almost like business, you know. You have to know who your real friends are from those that you can use for an advantage.
Definitely.
Well, they're back into the valley. Going past the roundabout, heading past the post office. The four-man group, as it has been pretty much since the beginning of this race, very comfortable right now. Heading back, well, they're going north. They're heading back east. They're going north to head east. They're passing by Ken's Barbecue there, by Willie, going down toward the original starting point. The starting and the ending point. You're just seeing that going back in that easterly direction. The battle, the attack came not too far. The first initial attack came not too far from here, where Delroy pulled his move very early. You wonder if any of those riders will take a signal from that, but I'm just trying to create something right now. I can guarantee the four of these riders have one thing on their mind. The four of us need to stay together. It's why after Jakeem made that shot on the hill, he pulled the throttle back. It's why Howard pulled the throttle back. They knew that they needed the other two. Those two riders from Team JCO to catch them back and help them as they head back east.
So I was just corrected with regards to the prizes. For the elite category, there are 10 prizes. So each one of these guys are guaranteed a prize.
The 10 prizes, but what I will tell you is it sounds a lot better when you leave here and said I came third in the race than to say I came eighth. I guarantee these four don't care about any of that. They want a top 3 finish. Not even they want a first place finish, but top 3 is good enough.
So folks, it's the four-man breakaway. We're heading into the quarter. This is the home of Darwin Hennis. We all remembered him. A brutal guy. Brutal back in his day. So he's passed on now. So we are in the quarter. We're going to be getting ready to head into the long path zone. Still the four-man breakaway. No action. No real action. They're all riding together.
Yep.
A moderate tempo. And like I said earlier, the objective is to keep the chase group away. And from the time clock that we got not too long ago, the gap has widened. So Delroy and the other guy is going to have their work cut out if they're going to rejoin this group today.
They're very much riding like a peloton, these four. They're treating it like they're all in a group. They have to. As past the Umalulu School and St. James Medical School, going further eastward. Again, they go east, then we come back west once more. A long race, very long race. as another Team GCO rider needs a bit of fuel. The four-man group currently being headed by the youngster Jakeem Carty. I don't want to look too far ahead into this race, as I keep saying it's a long one, but the sprint, that sprint towards the end, if it gets down to it, those two riders you're seeing currently in the front may be favored. So as this race gets longer, you just wonder if Vincent or Levy, because it won't be it'll be Vincent and Levy, will they try to open up their own gap on this other two-man gap, so that when it comes down to the sprint, you don't allow them that sniff.
I get the feeling the way they're riding is that they are going to stay together or try the best to stay together for the majority of the race. And once they can smell those final kilometers, I think that's where the friendship is going to be ended.
Yeah, I agree, Avery. I think after we get up that standing around the second time,
Yes.
is we will begin to see some damage being done, especially depending on how the cyclists look coming out of standing ground. But I'm very impressed with the way the cyclists are keeping hydrated. It's very commendable. I also would like to highlight the Cycling Association for their prep walk. I think it's been a week in advance. The markers and stuff like that went out indicating the feeding zones, the 1 kilometer left to the finish and so on. So they would have done an excellent job in highlighting the different areas so that the cyclists coming in, only to do some recon, can do their homework and do the necessary training to make sure that they can put out the best version of themselves.
Yeah, that 1 kilometer mark is a crucial mark, because I think if they stay together for the entire race until that point, that's when we're going to see enemies. We have to keep remembering those who laid the groundwork before us, because it's on those shoulders we are standing. Colin Bino, like you said earlier, he held the second set of organized races. He had a junior category. The first race was won by Nicky Gums out of Stony Ground, and the senior race was again won by the gentleman from the cycling hotbed, Jerry Mapsick Richardson. So we have to keep remembering those guys that laid the groundwork before us as we pass this in the Anguilla Community College in the long pad. It's because of those guys who organize races, train cyclists. That's the reason why today we are witnessing the 26th edition of what can be and should have been the Caribbean greatest one-day cycling classic in the English-speaking island.
At one point it was, At one point in time, it was the premier race in the Northern Caribbean. Just as the sport has died in popularity, the John T race has died in popularity as well.
It's a lot of work that has to be done. In order to get to the elite category, then there must be a nursery.
Yep.
There must be that groundwork that needs to be done. And we must mention Timothy Richardson and his school bus, because Timothy is doing a tremendous work with the kids. Without that program, there will be no cycling, because once you graduate from the elite, you go to the masters, and after the masters, that's it. So you need that nursery coming through. And with that nursery that Tim and the other folks have in Brutal Pedals, I can see a future of cycling in Anguilla.
Yes, and I've been very pleased to see that Timothy was given his flowers this year.
Yes.
It's very pleasing to see, because there are a number of persons in Anguilla who make a significant contribution to community development quietly, and Timothy is one of those persons. So it's very good to see that he received his flowers while he's still here with us. But definitely Timothy is doing a great deed for our community, and he continues to do so for a number of years now. And he would have produced a number of top cyclists in Anguilla, especially as Avery would have said, creating that nursery and somewhat of an academy with the youth, building them to be able to make that transition effectively from a junior and under 17 eventually into the elite category. Persons may not realize how much of a significant jump it is going from a junior cyclist to an elite cyclist, but it requires a lot more time, training, effort, attention to detail, strict attention to your training regimen, and I think it's possibly one of the reasons why we don't see as many cyclists transitioning from the juniors into the elite. But our elite cyclists, it's not uncommon for them to be training 10 to 12 hours per week. And this is with full-time jobs, majority of them, because we don't have the luxury of being able to dedicate time exclusively to cycling development.
We're going into Sandy Hill once again. We've gotten up here very quickly. This four-man pack, very much since the start of the race, have ridden very well together. And so that one moment when Jakeem decided, boy, you know what, I want to win this prize. They've ridden very, very well together. They've all taken their turns. They've all bore the brunt of the weight when they had to. And as we head down, as we get into the meat of this race, it's just going to be more of the same, I anticipate. These four just doing what they have been doing.
I must say right now, the guys are heading to Mango Garden. Through these treacherous roads, there's a segment in Strava. Call it what way it is? Smasher, something like that. But the roads going through here is very bad.
Yes.
Some of the worst roads for the whole entire course.
Very bumpy, lots of turns.
So you say that's Angular cobblestone?
Pretty much.
Definitely.
So folks, so we are still in the Mango Garden area. We're going to be heading towards the deep waters, the Badcocks areas. We're going to be approaching the residents of Smurf. So we will always remember Smurf. I know if he was with us, he would have been either in the race or somewhere giving water, giving some sort of support to the cyclists. Smurf, we sure miss you. Once we get into Stone Run, folks, we have to remember a gentleman by the name of Brother Lee. Leroy Richardson. And I know a lot of folks are going to be shocked, but this man played a significant role in the development of cycling in Angola. After our first organized race with Jimmy Woods, it was handed over to Colin Bino, and when Bino moved on, it was Brother Lee, Lee One Production. He had an organization called the Colonial City Club, and he held a series of races. History shows from the late 1970s, maybe 77 until about 1981, that man carried the sport of cycling. So we are also resting on Brother Lee's shoulder. He was not only a Calypsonian, he did not only help in the field of culture, but Brother Lee actually carried the sport for many years. A lot of persons, I guess, are going to be shocked, but to his family, appreciate the time that he had with us and appreciate his contribution that he gave to cycling. I was able to tell him thanks when he was with us. So, Brother Lee, the work you have done in cycling, it was not in vain. Today we have the 26th edition of the annual John T. Cycle Memorial Race, and a lot of this we can say thanks to you for. So we are still in the Badcocks, Deep Waters area, still the four-man group. Working together, that's the plan. I think they're going to stay together for the majority of the race. Like I said earlier, where there are numbers, their strength is going to be very difficult for Delroy and the other guy to chase. It's going to be very difficult. They will have to put their heads down and literally time trial all the way, which is not impossible, but I think it's going to be difficult for them.
What they're going to need is a miracle because the gap is only getting wider between the breakaway peloton. Well, I call them a peloton because it's four of them and they may be the largest group in the race. Breakaway peloton, it's only going to get bigger, those four and the chasers. Speaking about the final kilometer of the race, I just wonder if those two Team JCO riders may want to make a move a little earlier. Not too much earlier, of course, but do you really want to let yourself get into an out-and-out sprint with young Jakeem Carty?
Well, it's still other days. Still other days. We still have to navigate the middle of the island, the west of the island, the south of the island, which is the Blowing Point area.
Indeed.
And we still have to come back up to
come back,
Sandy Hill.
yep.
So still other days,
It's
yeah?
a long race.
Still other days. I know we're going to be trying to place our money on certain cyclists, but I think we can give it a next hour and a half, and then we can start to place our bets.
You've got a long time left. It's just going to be hearing more of the same because for the next hour and a half, it's going to continue to be more of the same unless something out of the ordinary happens. These four very much are in it for the long haul.
And I don't see anything changing, so quite agree with you. It's going to be more of the same. As we enter Stony Ground, the home of Brother Lee. Brother Lee was the first promoter to bring Willie Hodge to Anguilla. Now we all know Willie Samuel Hodge, another danger number, came to Anguilla, dominated cycling in Anguilla for many years, and over in Guadeloupe, also over in St. Martin. So Willie, if you're listening, we want to tell you good morning. You played a significant part in the development of this sport. And once again, it was Brother Lee, Lee One Production, that brought Willie Hodge onto the shores of Anguilla.
Coming down into the Stony Ground area, moving into a southward direction. Just more rotations. Howard currently leading the pack, but allowing all of them to take their turns in the front as head back into the western part of the island. They are making their way around very quickly, you know.
It will be interesting to get a time clock to see how far the chase group is behind.
Just about to ask.
So I believe Darren will be able to organize that for us in a while. But it's more of the same. You're not missing any action. It's still the four-man group. And they're doing what we expect them to do. Walk together and keep the chase group off.
Oh, another news from the Masters. Guess what's on a broken record? More of the same. It's Blade and its nipple very much in the front as they are heading eastward now. The elites are going back west. The Masters are heading east. Going through the Farrington area. Still, those two taking turns, sharing everything, those two right now. Blade and Nipple. Very content to make this a race between those two and those two alone. As the turn has been taken down, well, we are going to see the race, how the race is going to end. We're going to get an early preview. Usually things start to get frenetic towards the end of these races, just an out-and-out sprint. Seeing the past races won and lost on this very stretch. But for now, it's the long game between these four. We've got almost another couple hours out here on the roads, and as we head back toward the start-finish line. It's the same four. It's Howard, it's Carty, it's Levy, and it's Vincent, very comfortable in the front. Howard currently leading the pack. It's not going to take much for these four. Once they keep doing what they're doing, they can pretty much isolate the races down to themselves. The support contingent is only going to continue to grow as, well, it's past the midday hour. It's 12:13 in the PM here in Anguilla, and the sun, I can guarantee you, is absolutely beating down on these riders.
Still a long way to go. We approaching the NCBA Bank. Still the four-man group. All the same, no difference. Just to take you back down memory lane, the first cycle race, the first John T. Memorial cycle race was won by the French Express train, Nipo Surge. That was held in 2000, followed by the Road Hog, Dwayne Gibbs out of Guyana. That was in 2001. In 2002, it was won by Jack Albina, a dangerous number. For those of y'all who know Jack's history, he won the Dom Tom Championship many times, which is, the Dom Tom is the French overseas territory. And this Jack Albina, he was victorious a couple times. So to tell you guys, this jaunty race brought some serious numbers on our shows. 2003, it was won by the Road Hog again, Dwayne Gibbs. The same 2004, 2005. And then in 2006, there was a change. Antiguan Robert Marsh. 2007, we had Jovan Rousseau out of St. Martin, of course, original out of Guadeloupe. But Jack couldn't take it. He came back in 2008 and he won again. And folks, in 2009, we saw a huge number. Fabrice Jean. He rode the jaunty race in 2009. He won. And if those of you guys could go back in memory and remember that pro team Europe car, his brother Johan Jen never rode in Anguilla, but his brother went on to ride professionally in Europe, and he rode with Europe car for many years. So Anguilla have attracted some serious cyclists. This jaunty race, some serious numbers. 2010 was won by Yanis out of St. Martin. 2011, I think we can remember Walter Grant Stewart. I would not describe him, but you guys know who he was. He won the race then. 2011, Edwards Bellier out of Guadeloupe, of course representing the then famous VCG. Folks, you're not missing any action. It's still the four-man break. And
it's not going to change.
It's not going to change. It's going to be the same for a long time,
Yep.
right? It's going to be the same for a long time. So keeping you down memory lane. 2013, it was won by Damien Marinet Chevalier. And folks, I've been around cycling for a long time. This is the fastest cyclist I've ever seen coming out of West End. This guy was riding like someone had a dog chasing him. 2014, it was won by Gregory Irin, VCG again out of St. Martin. 2015, the Antiguans came back. James Bridges, of course, he was representing a team then out of Trinidad. 2016, James repeated it, again, same team out of Trinidad. And guess what? The Dutch wanted a part of the action, so in 2017, Caruso won. Hillard Senje, hope I'm spelling it correct, I'm pronouncing it correct,
Cynthia.
So in 2017, Caruso said we want our part of the pie. 2018, the Anguillians break the comb, and Hassan Hennis was the first Anguillian cyclist to ever win the John T. cycle race. So, folks, we just get a time clock, and the chase group is 4 minutes. So, I think it's going to be an uphill task from now. 4 minutes, and I think it's going to just keep.
You are optimistic to call it uphill.
It's
I
going to
think
be
it's going to
expanded.
get worse.
So, you're not missing any action as we continue to give you the past winners. And 2018, it was won by Hassan Hennes, and he came back and he do the double. 2019, Hassan Hennes won the race again. Okay, so not missing much action. All the same, still the same 4-man break in the elite category and the 4-man and the 2-man break in the masters category. Just to mention, in the masters category, Blade, of course, he is no small number, and Nipo, the French Express train, his history tells you who he is. So that's going to be exciting to see who actually wins that sprint. And in the 4-man break, it's going to be also exciting because we have Howard, we have Carty, we have Vincent, and we have Levi, and we are looking at all of them, the rotation, the posture, the way they are communicating, they're keeping themselves hydrated, they're eating. So I think the objective is for them to stay together, walk together for as long as they can until they smell the 1 kilometer, and then all hell is going to break loose.
Well, as you mentioned, it's a 4-minute gap between 4th place and 5th place right now. I'm not going to say who's in 4th because they're all rotating the front 4, but 5th right now it is Russell Elcock from Barbados who's in 5th, and then Delroy Carty is just behind him in 6th.
And we're just getting word that Shotman, representing Anguilla, is in 7th, not far behind Delroy.
Well, those three are going to need to work to catch this breakaway peloton. Well, you're not missing much. They're going back westward. They've gotten into South Hill, passing the Bethel Methodist Church. Currently occupying the front of the pack is Carty, but he won't be there for very long. They're all just on the tail of the police vehicle, just making their way back down into the western part of the island. It's that 4-man group of Carty, of Vincent, of Howard, and of Levi. Very composed from these 4 so far.
And we're seeing the group, they're continuing to rotate very, very comfortably, which is a good sign for them, but a bad sign for everyone chasing.
Exactly.
But they are continuing to walk together. We are seeing the cyclists cooperate in a very good way. And as long as they continue to do that, the gap is likely to continue to grow. I'm getting a bit worried because I'm seeing Jaja in the back, and he is conserving energy. And if I were the cyclist at the front, I'd be very much concerned. He seems to be a very strong cyclist. And it'll be interesting to see what happens coming out of West End. For several reasons. He's a bigger cyclist, so the wind will be likely to do more damage to him. Vincent is on the smaller side, and Vincent is also very low in his posture. So it won't be necessarily favorable conditions for the other cyclists trying to draft behind Vincent coming east.
You can see how low Vincent is already. That's why I keep referencing, I wonder if Levi and Vincent really want to let it get into an out-and-out sprint with Carty. Do you want to keep him close enough for long enough to a point where he can get into his sprint and just blow past you, because we've seen already early when he attacks, he is difficult to catch.
I can make a prediction. If the four-man break stay together for another loop, go into West End, come out of West End together, and once they go into Blowing Point, I think that's where the damage is going to be. I predict if they stay together until the Blowing Point area, I think Jaja is going to launch another missile, and I think it's going to be good night, Irene.
Yeah, that's what.
I believe Howard is going to follow.
Yep, he will.
Yes, I believe Vincent and
Levi.
Levi, I think they might be casualties because
Definitely.
we saw the way Jaja attacked in the hill, and we saw who got damaged early. So that's left to be seen. That is only my prediction.
We talk a lot about Carty, but when Carty has made his, when he's made his attack twice, Howard has gone with him both times and has stayed with him both times.
Correct.
You cannot count Howard out, and that's why I keep speaking about Vincent and Levi. You have to be smart with how you use these two. You cannot let them end up using you. At some point, Vincent and Levi are going to have to decide, we can't ride out and out all the way with these guys. We're going to have to smartly position ourselves, give ourselves enough of a gap so that if it becomes an out and out sprint, we have enough space that he cannot catch us.
And this will be also a test of durability. We have to remember as well that the cyclists would have had a race yesterday where Jaja would have demonstrated his skills in the most exemplary way.
He is trouble.
But yes, all of that will have a compounding effect today, especially as you begin to reach the 100-kilometer mark and you go past that 100-kilometer mark. We begin to see what sort of fatigue is really present in the legs. So it'll be interesting as we head back to the east and complete that second loop. But for now, the front four cyclists, they're looking very good. And to give you some perspective in terms of how spread out the race is, we have about a 10-minute gap between the front four riders and 9th place.
In my estimation here, I know it's a little early, but seeing how Vincent and other team members riding, they will not allow this to come down to a sprint.
Yeah, they can't.
I don't think so
They
either.
can't.
Coming out of Western in that second standing ground,
Got to go.
there will be some attacks because he know that Jaja is not a small number.
No.
The rapid acceleration that Jaja has, they have seen it not only today, but yesterday when he would have launched an attack by the high school. It is, he's a rocket,
nuclear bomb.
and he knows that he cannot match it.
Yep.
Vincent is a roller. He's going to try to get out from all there, and I believe his teammate will try to follow with him.
Yep.
But it's going to be a struggle.
That's correct. And it'll be important for Jaja to really hold on to them. And as long as he holds on to Vincent and his teammate, I think he'd be able to do some damage. The interesting thing would be to see.
That's a good
shaking
race,
up.
you know. Look at the other side. That is an excellent sprint, but it's just look like the gap is going to be a bit too much to close down, you know. They're getting right down onto the finish, but it has been a good race and
That was
very
Masters, I
comfortable.
believe. Was it?
Yes, so that appears to be
It looked like Blade.
Blade won that one
So
comfortably,
Blade would have won the
yes.
Masters
And the
A.
Maple.
I believe that was
Yep,
what?
Masters A. Yep. Blade taking that one
Group,
just ahead
the
of
pack
Nipple.
is not far behind, we're being told.
The pack is chasing, but the front two was the front two, but in the end it came down to the sprint. And if that is an indication, do not mess with those two, you know, because Blade left Nipple in park, and there was not much Nipple could really do about it.
And we'll be waiting to see if Blade will be able to pull it off with his son.
Indeed.
And have the father and son father and
The
son
duo.
victory in the elite and the masters category.
But we don't know if a message was sent to Jaja to let him know that his dad
just
pulled
won.
it off. So
That would be some motivation.
because winning is contagious, eh? So if Jaja just get a little hint that his dad won, I think it's gonna be a 1-2 today, which will be more history, more history in Anguilla.
Well, what's going to need to happen for that to not happen is Vincent and Levi, not right now, but maybe coming down out of the east, they're going to need to turn that pace
Yeah.
up a
And
lot
we
more.
can
Howard is
see
looking
the-
tired, you know.
Howard, the Sonic cyclist from
Yes.
Barbados, you can see him stretching and starting to see signs of fatigue. And if he's showing signs of fatigue now, then he may be in trouble.
I don't agree with you guys.
You think he just wants a little
Look-
refresh?
Looks at the season.
Yeah.
The way Howard is positioned on his bike, the way how he's turning,
Comfort.
I think he's an experienced rider. So he knows what to take, I guess, when the cramps are coming, when
Yeah.
he's getting dehydrated. I am comfortable that these four guys have the experience to maintain that collaboration, that communication for the majority of the race until it's time for war.
What's going to need to happen for those two Team JCO riders, they need to make this pace, as we say, a lot hotter. You heat up the pace, make it a long ride. Hopefully, by the time it comes down to it, Jakeem doesn't have enough to stay with them. That's the only, because when it comes down to it, we've seen it multiple occasions. Today, yesterday, previously. Once he gets going, not much you can do to stop him.
But we have to be mindful, if you're going to increase the tempo, then it have to be to your advantage.
Yes, and
Yeah, you have to be you have to know you're a longer rider than Jakeem. You can go longer than him, and you can stretch it
Right,
out.
have to be to
Yep.
that.
And I'm not so sure that's the case.
That would be the only way that they can do it. Right now, they all look like they're cruising.
The riders are looking very comfortable. As I say, they're keeping hydrated, and that is continuing even as we get into the later stages of the race, which is a good sign. They're keeping their bodies cool, and we're seeing a really good performance from these four leading cyclists today. It'll be a fast race based on what we're seeing. Just to give another update, we recently would have gotten word that Justin, I think, is in 11th place. That's Crazy Legs. And he's about 11 and a half minutes behind the leading group.
Just to update you on the Anguillan riders, Justin's in the 11th, Sherwin Osborne's in 7th, and Delroy's in 6th right now. They're behind Russell Elcock from Barbados, who's in 5th, and then this front four has been the front four for a very long time. Once again, into the west, passing the old Picante building. Coming back out of this now, as we come around the western point, you're coming back up. You may start to see a bit of action. Maybe going down into Blowing Point. Of course, they have to navigate that hill again.
So maybe Alan
Folks, you're not missing much action. It's still the 4-man break. We will continue to remind you that there's nothing excitement much happening. But I can guarantee you,
There's some time to Jaja. Yeah, Alan Key.
in the next hour or so or less, you will be getting action. As of now, it appears as if Jaja is having some technical, but with his experience and the support he have, it's nothing much to worry about.
The sport car's right there. He'll very much get that issue fixed quickly.
You would hope.
He would hope. I'm speaking positively into the atmosphere.
Correct.
If you have to pull out an Allen key to make any kind of adjustments,
That's a
Concerning.
problem. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
problem.
yeah,
That's a
yeah,
alignment
that's
issue.
major.
Yeah.
With his experience, I'm pretty sure he can stop, get all of the technical assistance he
And
needs,
still
and
get back.
still bridge the
Still
gap.
get back. Yeah, he can.
The question would be, what damage will it do to him in the process?
Yes, because if there's a sprint to catch them back, can he still maintain the pace towards the end of the race? As they head around the western point, the same four is the same four They went around in the order of Vincent, Howard, Levi, then Carty.
Folks, just to keep your minds thinking, after Brother Lee would have moved on, then John T, that's the promoter that would have took over. Hence, the guys would have been able to get more exposure, because with the previous promoters, basically the races were all local. Once John T get involved, we all know the type of person that he was. He took the guys to Antigua. Of course, he would have got a team together, and we rode in Antigua in 1982 for the Antigua independence. And from then, John T continued to have organized races. He would be inviting the guys from St. Martin, good competition. But John T was a very strange man. At the end of the race, he'll have his fridge open, his barbecue grill going, and anybody and everybody could eat whatever they want. And I don't know how T was making his money, but he was a lovely man. Of course, tragic struck in 1991, and he's not with us anymore. Hence the reason why we have this memorial race. And if one can turn in the grave, T would probably have bittersweet moments. Sweet moments when we would be looking at a peloton of 80 plus, and bitter moments when we have a peloton with about 19. But that is life. You have the ups and downs. We can only hope from now that with the nursery that we are seeing, that the sport will continue to grow from strength to strength.
Heading back eastward, just rotating. I gave you one order as it came around the western point, but now the man Carty has retaken a position at the front. They all look very, very comfortable, you know. Howard is cruising, Levi cruising, Vincent's
Carter is
cruising.
moving very good here. You
Yeah.
see him moving out to the right, hoping to try and get Vincent to do a bit more walk.
Just rotate. He did his walk in the front and he's going to the back. It's
Try
that
to
simple.
take- as one of the bigger cyclists, you want to take some short pulls and not overexert yourself. Vincent, as I said, heading east, Vincent will have an advantage given his size. So anywhere he is other than the front will be favorable for him in terms of drafting.
Yep, very much so. He'll be behind the bodies of any of the other racers if he gets behind them. Which is why I suspect both Howard and Carty will try their best to keep Vincent ahead of them.
You can see the staff from Four Seasons providing some supplies to the cyclists there. And as we said earlier, had Smuff been here still, he would have been, if he wasn't in the race,
Right
he would
there.
have been right there showing his support. We want to take some time to give him that recognition and respect for his commitment to cycling in Angola.
You can see all four of the riders in that breakaway all sharing some fluid right now, you know. They all know that they need each other in this present moment, and they'll do what it takes to keep that four together. As now Levi has taken a bit of turn in the front. They're all rotating for about 5 or 10 seconds, you know. Carty, then Vincent, then Howard, then Levi. They're all just going around, taking a turn at dealing with the wind, dealing with the drag, and getting a bit of respite at the back.
And this is the peace before the war.
Very much so. They're all friends now.
Calm before the storm.
They're all friends now. Don't let it get close toward the end. You wouldn't believe that these were just sharing a pouch 40 minutes ago.
I think that may be shot, man. We just saw heading into
Heading
Western.
westward, yes. That's a big gap because the last time we saw
Yeah, right.
them down at that area, I think we saw Delroy and Shotman heading west around the church area in West
Correct.
End. Now we are at Best Buy.
Yeah.
That just
So
tells
this
you
gap
how
is
big.
opening.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's gotten big. Well, that 4 just doing what they've continued to do once again. It was Carty, now it's Howard, then it's going to be Vincent or Levi. Either way, those two will have their own plan in mind, and both Carty and Howard will have to be aware of that. Because while the 4 of them are working together at the same time, Levi and Vincent are also working together. If there's a plan within the plan, you don't want to be left behind.
Yeah, and Howard and Jaja will have to become friends for the
Yeah,
purpose.
very much so. They'll need to be best of friends. Unlikely. Because, as we've seen so far, once they break into the sprint, Carty goes, Howard has been able to keep up with him. If it gets into an out-and-out war early, which I don't think it will. We've seen it in previous years, but I don't think it will this year.
Correct.
If it does get to that point, however, I suspect those two that are currently in the back, Carty and Howard, will be pushing each other all the way to the end.
I'll try and get Darren.
Seeing some rotation happening now, and I suspect the cyclists will just take it easy until we get into the sandy ground area. They want to try and conserve their energy to make sure they can safely make it out of sandy ground without any major damage being done to them. So they will cooperate with each other for now, making sure that everything goes well enough so that they can compete for a podium position, top 3 position rather.
Front 4, the exact same as we head out of the west. Pace slightly dropped as we once again going into that strong headwind. This was about 17 knots earlier, I was informed. So we know that it's not easy at all heading into this. But very strong riders. Carty very strong, Howard very strong. We know the experience of Levi and Vincent. Vincent, of course, a former winner of this Johnson Memorial Cycling race. He knows what it takes. He's been here before. He's done it before. He knows exactly what it takes to win this race. But he's up against a different challenge, because these 2 riders, Howard and Carty. Carty's significantly younger, but they're both very young. And the man Vincent, who's a bit more experienced, is going to need a lot of support from his younger partner, Levi. Once it gets into that sprint, we've seen when Carty gets going, I keep saying it, but he keeps demonstrating it. When he gets going, good luck catching him. I've just gotten out of West End for the second time.
Nick. Masters.
What was the Masters A race?
You have Dwayne and you have Sean.
It's Dwayne Headley and Sean Sharpless.
Yeah.
Also, Masters B is the race that's completed. The Masters A.
10 and Junior.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a junior mixed in with the Masters as
Kiva too,
well.
you see.
It's Sean Weathered, I believe, who is leading this charge.
Dwayne Henry.
And Dwayne Headley. Dwayne Headley and Sean Weathered the two masters leading the pack right now.
I think it's important as well to highlight persons who may not realize Sherwin Osborne, short man, he is actually able to compete in the Masters.
Yes, he is.
He chooses to stay in the elite
In the
category.
elites, yep.
And he remains competitive in the elite category, which is a testament to his physical fitness and durability as a cyclist. So we cannot understate that as well. Shartman is a dangerous cyclist. He's been a top cyclist in Angola for a number of years, and he continues to show his abilities as he continues to climb up in age. But he is definitely able to compete if he so desires in the Masters category, and he is still in the elite by choice.
But if I can support your point, Sharpman just started preparing for the jaunty race maybe about 6 weeks ago.
Yes, that's true as well. He's always been a dangerous cyclist.
Well, right now he may be in danger because this breakaway 4, they are very much they're not look like they want to let anybody into their little posse right now. They just keep opening this gap larger and larger.
Folks, join the most prestigious cycle race, which is the Tour de France, on the 14th of July, which is Bastille Day. The pressure is always on the French to win a stage.
Have to win.
So if I bring that home, every jaunty cycle race, the pressure's on Anguillians to bring it home. It looks like the odds is against us today, but a board just hinted to me that Jaja grandmother is from Anguilla.
Well, I mean, he's a Carti.
So we are going to own Jaja today.
He is a Carti. He's very Anguillian. He's like KC, you know.
Okay.
They're Cartis. Cartis are Anguillian.
Okay, so I think I got full confirmation with that. We are owning Jaja today. So
bet.
if Jaja crosses the line first,
He's Anguillian.
we are going to own him.
Well, it's so funny, you know, because
And we see Delroy just passing.
he's coming out of the
Flash
west.
Supermarket
Yes.
coming out of the west.
Bear in mind, the leading pack, they are well ahead.
They are heading to the village
Yes.
bakery in South Hill.
They're in
Lower
South
Toll,
Hill,
in
yes.
the area of
That's a
Anguilla trading.
large
So
gap.
it's quite a significant gap. So they are heading east, passing Anguilla Trading, and Delroy is just passing Flash Supermarket opposite Shine Gas Station in West End.
West End,
It's a
yes.
significant gap.
Yeah, that far back.
Journey, it's a far gap.
And as I say, it's a lonely road coming out of West End.
You bet. Especially when you have nobody around you. You're just looking up, you're seeing road. You're looking back, you're seeing road.
Requires some serious willpower.
Well, and I think his partner from Barbados, the man Elcock, has gone left him as well.
But to be fair to Delroy, for the last couple of weeks he's been training on the velodrome because we all know he's going to be taking part in the 2026 Commonwealth Games. The road cycling discipline has been removed from the Commonwealth Games. So in order for Angola to participate, we must have a track cyclist. So the decision was made for him to convert to the track, which is something new to him.
History in the making.
And track cycling and road cycling is
Very different.
completely different.
Very different.
So what he's been training for is around a velodrome, which is just high speed.
Speed round and round.
This type of race is an endurance race. So not looking for an excuse for him, but I'm pretty sure had Delroy been training more endurance in preparation for road racing, we probably would have been seeing a better result from him.
Definitely, I agree. And you can see the difference. We know the kind of caliber cyclist Delroy is. So I totally agree with that, Avery. But yes, Delroy will be making history for Anguilla as our first track cyclist ever in the history of us participating in the Commonwealth Games. And we look forward to that event. And he's participating in a number of cycling events in the velodrome. So we wish him the very best, and hopefully he can make us shine. We'll be very proud of him regardless of whatever the outcome is, but we hope that he can come out with some degree of success at the Commonwealth Games this year. And this particular Commonwealth Games would have been quite a challenge. As Avery would have said, they would have removed the road cycling category. There was a lot of back and forth in terms of where the games will be hosted. I think Australia pulled out. It was supposed to be hosted somewhere else, and that host pulled out, and eventually there was some negotiation for Glasgow to hold the games again this year. So we look forward to the Commonwealth Games regardless, but I think it'll be a very much reduced version of the games.
Well, passing the Blowing Point Gap, still heading eastward through South Hill. The 4 is the 4. Vincent is currently in the front of that 4, but it doesn't mean much right now. It's just the fact that these 4 are still together. They have been together all race. Ever since the attack was made by Carty going up to the White Hill area, and he got caught by Howard, and then Vincent and Levi came up with them. Ever since then, they have ridden together the entire way. They have shared the burden of what is a difficult race. Well, the gap is large. It's very, very large. It was 4 minutes from 4th to 5th. Last I would have gotten news. And I suspect it's only gotten worse because once again, as we saw the first time, heading back eastward by yourself, it's only going to be a lot more difficult. You're heading into the wind. You have no one to take any brunt off of you. You're basically on a solo time trial. And it's a lot of work right now for Elcock and Osborne and Delroy if they want to get any sort of position in this top 4. Of course, there are prizes for the entire top 10. The entire top 10 will be awarded, but I have never been happy with coming 5th place and saying I won something. I want to be victorious, and I'm sure that everyone that entered this race, they very much be feeling the same.
It would be interesting to know if there's another preem on the Sandalground Hill.
That's what I want to know, because if there is, if Carty attacks this time, does he let them back into the race after?
If there is a preem, I believe he will, but then it will can show you the weakness.
Yeah.
Who's weak and
Who's
who's
weak,
strong.
yep.
Yeah.
Sonic's right, I need to check his setup.
Well,
Rocking a lot.
Folks are not missing much. It's all the same. All the same. It's still that small peloton.
of course, over in the Masters, the same too as well. Nothing has changed. It's still Headley and Weathered, I believe. Very composed in the front of that Masters A category.
Approaching the Sandalground Hill, then there's going to be that rapid descent. Then we're going to be looking to see if there's going to be any action on the climb, any
I
attacks.
think Vincent may have waited a little too late to call for assistance here, as they'll be going downhill very rapidly, and he may need whatever fuel
To get
he
back
can
up the
get
hill.
to make it up that hill.
Yep, to get back up the hill.
Okay, folks, so going back a bit in memory, down memory lane, after the tragic passing of John T, cycling in Angola went on a decline, and we thought that that was going to be the end of it. The guys were afraid to even saddle up, even for a little social ride. There was a gentleman named Mr. Covill. I think he was the owner of Carrimar, those villas down on the Meads Bay stretch. He began to host a series of races. and cycling begin to get some life. So we also have to thank Mr. Colville. We are standing on his shoulder. So not missing much action. The four-man group is down standing ground. Anticipate a turn, and we're going to be anticipating if there's going to be any shots that Jaja is going to fire on the way back up.
That's exactly what I'm looking for. As they come back around that corner, you just wonder if Jakeem Cart is going to decide, well, you know what, I'm going to open this gap early so that going up the hill will be a bit easier for me.
Okay, just to give a little highlight. Yeah, Dylan Levy is from Belize. Big up Belize one time. He is representing Team JCO. Also Vincent Louis. He is actually a French national representing Team JCO. Also we have out of Barbados is Dominic Howard, and he's representing Team Sonics. And definitely Jakeem Carty, just next door, St. Martin, is representing Velo Club de Sandy Ground. Those are your four lead cyclists right there.
They're around the corner. Let's see if there's any action. We can wait a bit patiently, but I suspect we may see something as we come around this bend, you know. Carty is currently in the front. He has Levi right behind him, Howard, and then it is the former winner Vincent.
So we can see Carty is asking them to take take some of the pressure off him. I'm not sure if that is genuine or if he's setting them up for a move. But this will be the last time heading into coming out of Sandy Ground rather.
Yeah, it's just two.
So we're going to exit Sandy Ground. Does it go back to the Mango Garden?
I think they do go back through the Mango Garden. They head back into West End coming out of the Mango Garden. And then when they come out of West End, the third time,
into Blowing Point.
they go into Blowing Point through the Jeremiah Highway. Back up, I believe, to the Mango Garden, but I'm not sure.
And then for the finish.
And then down to the finish.
All the way around to the finish
Now
line.
that's when I predict if the four-man group stay together is where
Come out
our
of
own Jaja is going to launch at it.
Yes, and I believe it'll be probably right there at the George Hill traffic light.
Coming out of
Probably.
the Jeremiah
Very
Highway.
possible.
Yeah,
Probably.
They try to
definitely.
shake them off right there.
But by the same measure, I think Vincent and Levi may try to get shaking a bit earlier, you know. You don't want to let Jakeem Carty put the move on you and you can't get him back.
For them, they have to make the move that allows them as much time as possible
Yep.
to shake him.
I would say maybe coming out of Bloomberg, going onto the Jeremiah Highway, you maybe start to heat up that pace. So when you go into the east, potentially you have enough of a gap.
If they can endure.
That's all it is. It's a race of endurance, you know. Four riders that need each other right now, but they can't all win. It's that simple. And as there is no premium, I believe, these four have decided we're going to take this hill together and we're going to struggle up it. They've allowed the shortest of the riders thus far.
As you can see right now, Vincent is setting a tempo.
But his partner,
Dylan is suffering a little bit. He's still in there.
See
You can see that he dropped down to small plate, which shows
he's struggling up this
yeah,
hill.
struggle. You can see how Jakeem isn't really pressing it too much, but you can see that the cyclist has fallen off a bit. Oh my God. Belize is suffering a little bit. Belize is suffering a little bit without any pressure. Levi is off and Vincent is off. You can see if I will go right now, Jakeem is gone. Jakeem has checked out and he did not even apply any pressure.
Yep.
He did not apply any pressure. But he's over. He's out of his seat, out of sandy ground. He has dropped out the rest of the cyclists. He's continuing going. He's not easing this time. He's holding the momentum. He's over the hill and he's rolling. Let's see what will happen. Look at that gap. Look at that. Whoa, yo. Avery, you can't quiet on me. What's going on here, brother?
He's doing some damage now.
Well,
Definitely. I think
Curtis said that boat race is sweet, but I can tell him cycling is sweeter. Bags of sugar, Cut. Bags of sugar.
effortless.
What I'll tell you is that we spoke about it earlier, you know, coming out of the hill. Would Jakeem bust the shot he bust earlier in the race, but this time not let them back into it?
The scary thing is, I'm not even convinced it was a shot.
He just went. He was just so strong.
Easily apply that pressure right now. You know that Jakeem, he can sprint, he can climb, and he can hold his pace.
Yep.
Look at the gap that has opened up. He did it so effortless.
Easily.
The guys are nowhere to be seen. He's right now passing the Tomac Plaza and Georgia, and Jakeem is gone. He's gone. The guys are nowhere behind. I cannot see them.
Effortless execution, definitely. That is a remarkable display of talent and strength that we just saw coming out of the hill there. Initially, I thought that the other cyclists are trying to conserve and they try to ride a higher cadence so that it's not too damaging to them. But as time went on, we see that they literally did not have much more to give. Whereas we see the young buck and he's putting on the pressure now coming out of the hill there by the St. Pete's traffic light. And it'll be a tough job for the three cyclists behind him to really catch him the way he's looking. He's looking in good form. Posture is good. Nice cadence. You can see his heels are up. His support vehicle is there by his side. He has his fluids. And he's looking in tip-top shape.
But bear in mind, if those three guys in the back can regroup, then they can work together. But the way our own Carter is rolling, we are claiming Jaja.
He is our own, yes.
The way Jaja is rolling, he is motoring. I don't know what he's on, but whatever he's on, his position, his posture, the way he looks on the bike, he seems to be organized. But if we can get a camera in the back to see what's going on with those other three guys, then we can probably give further predictions. But if you're going to attack, it has to be to your advantage. You have to calculate the distance that is remaining. You have to work it out.
And this is the way to do it. Make it meaningful.
And that's what I was talking about a bit earlier as well, you know. Because I think when Jakeem did that the first time up the hill, I'm not sure it was just for the prize, you know. I think he may have been testing his other riders to see, can you actually do this with me? If I do it, can you go with me? And when he realized that they can't actually make this hill with him, the second time around he said, well, I don't need you anymore. So he took off on his own.
And he's fully committed to this break.
And he's opening
this
a
is
gap.
how you would want to break.
I still think he went a little bit too early.
You think?
Yeah, I think he went too early because if those guys in the back can organize a chase.
Well, Avery, you could have
He has one
seen.
more lap to go.
You could have seen that the rest cyclists were fatigued.
Yeah.
The majority of them jumped from big plate to small plate while Jakeem remained.
that
There
big
was
plate.
no transition from big plate to small plate for him. He remained consistent. That attack there, I wouldn't even call it attack because that was so smooth. He just increased the tempo
He has
and the
more to
grapes
go.
fell off.
He has more to give. And
Yep.
Nicholas is just saying to us here, Cots, that he made a similar move in 2019. So, sorry?
Yes.
Oh, Hassan is sorry.
I was about to reference
is saying
that, you know. I was
made
about
a
to
similar move in
reference that.
2019. So it's not necessarily too all in. And as Avery would have said, Jaja is riding in France. And we don't know what sort of distance
He exactly.
he's used to doing. For comparison
Look at that
purposes,
While the gap might look significant, if these guys can organize, then they will have an advantage in actually closing the
To
gap.
catch him, definitely.
Georgia is the lone wolf out there.
which is why I think he's so committed to establishing that break.
I think both Vincent and Levi need to allow Howard to be a pace setter right now, you know, because he's shown already he can go with Carty for a short period of time.
I don't see that happening.
You would hope not, but
It's not in Howard's best interest. to
it's
set
not
the
in his
pace
at
right now.
all. It's not in his best interest.
Well, I think the three of them will work together. I think Howard, Vincent, and Levi will work together because it's in my opinion, it's in all of them interests to actually try to rejoin Carter, but they have to organize.
Well,
As you can see, Howard has pulled aside and he's asking them to come through.
somebody come help me. So they're reluctant to do it, because they want him to push the tempo. He has the pace, but he's gonna need all of their support. Carty well ahead. Now there's a chase behind him. It's gone from a 4-man breakaway to a 1-man breakaway, and now a 3 chasing group.
We have to bear in mind that Vincent is the champion.
Exactly.
Yes.
He knows what it takes to win this race, but I am not sure he has come up against a rider in this race as strong, as powerful, and as well-rounded as Jakeem Carty.
I also want to take some time to recognize our viewers in Belize. There's an enormous amount of support in the chat.
Well, Dylan Levi
Shout
is
out to
very
Levi.
famous.
Given that support for Levi, and Belize has a very strong cycling following. They have a number of top cyclists. We would have had Hassani gone over there some years ago and do some damage. And we have a number of cyclists from the Caribbean who ride with different factions of what are called factions of what originated as Legion. So we have Legion of LA, or Legion of Los Angeles, who's founded by some descendants of Belize, Belizean citizens, the Williams brothers, I believe it is. And we also have Austin Aviators. We have the Miami Blazers, who Hassani would have ridden with at some point in time. And they have a number of Caribbean cyclists represented on their teams around the USA racing in the crit season on mainland US. Some of whom we would have seen in the past here in Angola. Connor White from Bermuda, I believe he would have placed second. The first year Hassani would have won the John T race. And at the time he was probably about 19 years old. Some exceptional cyclists.
This gap is getting bigger.
Big.
Carty has found a groove, and I'm not sure anybody can respond to it right now.
And it'll be a test of will.
Jakeem Carty is doing something that we saw Hassani Hennis do not that long ago,
In 2019.
In 2019, we saw Hassani. I believe he was riding with Delroy at the time. And
No.
then, or was it?
That was the first year he won, or the second year? The first year he won. The dynamic is a bit different from that first year he won. And the difference, I would say, that year is he would have had somewhat of an advantage
Yep.
with Danny
Yep.
being in the trio who was chasing,
Yep.
who
He
walked
controlled the
very
pack.
well.
He controlled that pack.
Yes, and they couldn't get it together between, I believe it was Rennie at the time from ASM and Connor Delabank from Antigua, who were accompanying Danny, and Danny executed an exceptional race in ensuring that there was no coordinated chase to try and catch Hassani that year.
Very much so.
So it's in the best interest of this trailing group between the two members from Team JCO and
Howard.
to try and chase down Jaja. But the way Jaja is looking right now, I'm not sure if things will go in their favor. It has to be very organized, very deliberate, and supported by their support vehicles, making sure that they stay hydrated, stay properly fueled, so that they can execute the best chase possible. In the absence of that, then I think we're looking at the nail in the coffin here today.
because we've seen this happen already, you know. And when Hassani made his move, we were all saying, okay, maybe he went a bit too early. Okay, he's gonna tire out. Okay, he's gonna get caught, and he never tired out, you know. He was saying it all the way till he got to Stony Ground School, and then he realized, wait, he's almost done, and he is cruising right now. And Carty looks very much in a similar vein.
While I am claiming Jaja as our own, I think all Anguillians are to claim him because his grandmother's from Anguilla.
He's a
I
Carty.
still think Jaja moved a little bit early because the race still have to go around the loop.
Yep.
We still have to
Then
go
get
into
to
the West
West
End. The wind is high. The temperature is high.
Yeah,
Stand to be corrected, but I feel those three guys stand a very good chance if they organize to rejoin Jaja.
You have to get into Blowing Point. You have to get out of Blowing Point through Jeremiah Highway, then back into the east again. It's still a long way to go, you know. Carty is still going east for the second time or the third time that they're going east. I believe it's the third time they're heading east. It's the third time now, yeah.
And it's good to see the participation in the chat, but it seems as if Barbados has entered the party, and they are saying they will not be outdone by Belize.
Dominic Howard is very much representing his country with pride right now. But Jakeem Carty, the Anguillian St. Martin, as I'm going to call him, very much opening a large gap going in toward the Sandy Hill area. We're already past the Best Buy. We're going past the gas station. He's opened up a large gap. Carty, as he passes the gas station, of course, as we've said, have to go back down into West End.
Yeah, I'm back on live.
We have to come back up, go down into Blowing Point, out through the Jeremiah Highway, back.
You can see the gap there now.
Okay, so he's past the Delta Petroleum. He's going around Sandy Hill, Carty. Where is the Chasers? How far is it? Have they made up any ground coming out of Sandy Ground?
It's not looking good so far.
It's still looking like a long,
I care where you
long,
sit. Yeah, that's
long
it. Can't
gap.
close it.
This is large, you
You
know.
break the hill by Charlie Water.
We're not seeing them yet, and Carty is well into almost the Mango Garden Road.
Agreed. It's not looking good for them at all.
Look at how you can't even see them yet.
Just seen them crest the
They're
hill.
just coming over the hill there now. They've just passed Best Buy. So the chasing pack just passed Best Buy. Carty screeching through the Mango Garden Road. If you know Anguilla, you know how big that gap is. That is a couple minutes at least.
Would be interesting to get a time clock.
I'm guessing it's a minimum of it's at least 2 minutes right now.
I would like to know what is going through these guys' mind. What is going through Levi's mind? What is going through Vincent's mind? And Barbados, good morning. If you want Howard to be in the party, you need to send him a message and tell him organize. Get Vincent and get Levi to work together with him and increase the tempo. The pace that they're going at is not the pace that Jaja is doing.
It's not fast enough.
So if Jaja is doing 45, it appears as if they're doing 40.
And that's why I was recommending Howard to be the pace setter. He seems to clearly have a faster natural pace than the other two. He would need to be clocking at around 48 to 50 to push the guys with him. They can all rotate around that pace and potentially make up the gap. But with the way Carty is looking right now, with him having been the stronger rider throughout this entire race, It's going to be difficult. They're trying, you know.
But if
you
you
can
look-
see they're trying.
If you look at Levi's body language, he's looking a bit raggedy. His shoulders is moving. That's a sign of a guy in trouble.
He's been tired since the hill, you know.
Yeah, so
Yeah, but you could look at the revolutions. Look at how the leg is turning.
Yes,
The
cadence
slow
of the leg.
cadence there, where you
Slow
can
down.
tell that they're taking a toll on the body, as opposed to Jakeem, who was in front. His revolution was a lot faster and
Higher.
looking a lot effortless.
So Belize, wherever you're listening from, whether in Carousel, whether in Belmouth Pan, whether in Belize City, Levi is in trouble. Levi is looking a little bit raggedy. So
His
he has,
shoulders are up.
yeah, he has to regroup, reorganize. Needs to work with Howard, needs to work with Vincent, and they need to up the tempo if they're gonna ever rejoin our own Jaja.
Well, he's looking to become the 7th St. Martin to win this John T. Memorial Cycling Race. I believe he's the 7th, following Rousseau, Fabrice Jean, Yanis, Belair, Maroni Chevalier, and Erin so far. Be the 7th St. Martin, 7th different St. Martin's, by far the most represented country. Okay, and I've got a lot of wins, but the man Dwayne Gibbs, he is responsible for a 3-peat back in the day. Dominant rider he was. But this gap is only getting wider, you know, for Carty, as head through Sandy Hill, moving through the Mango Garden Road. The gap has to be at least 2.5, you know. Because Carty would be, based on my assumptions, heading into Stony Ground right now. Going through the Little Dixie area, moving down towards Stony Ground.
I don't see them catching Jaja.
I doubt it, because we've seen it play out already.
And we have to also look at the distance of the race, I would say. And this is only about 145 kilometers. Yeah, Jaja is coming off of racing 200 plus kilometer races.
This is easy.
So their best bet is to hope that the heat can punish him as much as possible to take off some of that fire and fury from those legs.
But I don't see enough effort from this chase group.
I was hoping Howard would push it, you know, because the first 2 attacks Carty made, Howard pushed him. Howard has not pushed this time, and this pace is simply not enough to catch Carty.
They're riding as if it's a Sunday ride.
Yeah, I think he's got it in their heads now. And they've almost accepted.
I think that hill was demoralizing, you know. To see him riding up that hill so easily on his big plate while you're all struggling on your small plate, that may just tell you we're going to see how big this gap is now.
So cameraman just left the chase group and they're going to see if they can find Angola's own Jaja. And from what I can tell you folks, it's a significant gap. Our own Jaja is nowhere to be seen. I reckon Jaja is probably approaching the Shoalbay roundabout.
Might be further, you know.
This chase group is going to have the work cut out. But I am still of the opinion if they to organize, they have an advantage. But they have to communicate, collaborate, and chase.
Pedal faster. That simple. They need to get going because he is far. We are all the way down, you know.
And there's no
no
sign of our Jaja.
No sign of
No
head nor
signs
tail.
of our Jaja.
I believe soon we'll begin to hear the sirens, and I think I might be hearing them already.
As I thought he was in Stony Ground a long time ago, you know. Well, he clearly is. As we're into Little Dix, still cannot see him. Where on earth is Jakeem Carty? I'm hearing a siren.
Uh-oh.
Is that a technical issue? It is a
Jakeem,
technical
yeah.
issue for Jakeem Carty.
Switching bikes?
Jaja has a technical.
Yep. We
Jaja
found
has
it.
a technical.
His water's
His
falling
water's
as
falling,
well.
so they'll need to.
Quick transition.
This could be a problem. Could this be the opening that the chasers need? This is not his usual bike, and
And
he's
he's
not
angry.
happy.
He's
He's not
angry.
happy with the handlebars right now.
It appears
Yeah, the
if
chain is off.
Yeah.
Yes, he is in a lot of trouble. The chain is very.
It's back on.
Okay, it's back. He got it back.
Yeah,
But you can see that the bike is not set up for him.
Nope,
No.
that's not his. That's not.
That's a
That's not his
smaller
bike.
bike?
That's not his bike.
You could look at the angle of his legs. It's not.
He's very
not
crouched.
high.
His seat is too low for him. His crouch is bent down.
Yep.
Oh no.
The good
Not
thing
good at
for
all.
him is that he has just about 50 kilometers
Yeah.
left, probably.
And he has about I was gonna say 50, but it's a very large gap. You know, it's about 2.5 minutes.
I guess too they probably will work on
he
whatever
has about
damages
Yes,
that
and
they
get it back
experienced and
his
trying to
bike.
get it fixed and then to bring it back to
Darren is
him.
saying he has about a minute and 30 seconds.
A minute
gap.
and a half. Okay, a minute and a half.
So if they
gap.
can get the bike repaired, I think if he so desires, he'd be in a position to switch again
Yes.
if they can get the bike sorted out. But they need to walk swiftly while also maintaining a suitable distance to provide him with any support he may need.
But my concern for Jaja is coming from a bike that will actually fit it for him to this one that
Yes.
seems a bit lower.
It'll put more punishment on his quads
Yes.
just
Yep.
based on how the bike is set up.
Puncture.
Okay.
A puncture.
Okay, so we just got official word that Jaja got a puncture, so his technical crew was able to give him an alternate bike. But like from our observation, it appears as if the bike is set a little bit too low for him.
It's a smaller bike.
It's smaller. Yeah.
Smaller frame.
Smaller frame. yeah.
of Pappy.
It might
Yes.
be one of Blade's bikes, you know. Well, we can hear the siren.
But if it's just a puncture, then they should be able to do a switch again
Yeah.
and get him back on his bike. And I think that may be why he's looking back so much, not just to see where the other cyclists are, but to also see where his support vehicle is, hopefully to make that switch. But I think you're right, Cuts. It looks like he's on Pappy's bike.
But you know, it might sound a bit hypocritical, but in the interest of the sport and the spectator excitement, it would be good for the three-man group to actually join Jaja.
Yep.
Because we know what's going to happen again after they join. He's going to leave them anyhow.
Yeah.
Yes, and it makes for an exciting race.
Yes, exactly.
Well, as things stand, he's currently not quite happy, but Carty is still very much in the lead as you come down once again to our start-finish line.
I think Avery was accurate in pointing out the difference in the geometry. We'll find out later how much of a toll it'll take on him. As I said, the different posture and him sitting low on this bike is going to require him to use more quads
Yep. Time of the
to
leg.
turn over. And we don't know how that will ultimately impact his ability to execute the finishing of the race. So hopefully for him, he can get his bike repaired and switch again so that he can be as comfortable as possible, especially coming out of West End.
Still a decent way to go, you know, in this race. He has to head all the way back west. Then he has to come back up, head all the way back east before he comes back around. Carty, right now, is in a comfortable position as he gets through that start-finish line for the penultimate time. Jakeem Carty just has his eyes firmly set on what could be his first John T. Memorial victory. He has support. I think that may be the bottle that he dropped when he was trying to change his bike, you know.
Obviously, he's not happy. He threw it away.
No, he's not pleased. You could see from the time he had to get onto this bike, he was complaining, you know. He doesn't feel comfortable.
Remember now, wherever frustration was setting to know that you put in the time, the training to prepare for this race, and to leave
And you
a
come
flat
into that break
that you already in the front could see the finish line to winning this big 25th John T. it would be heartbreaking.
God,
I will be disappointed too as well.
that's the nature of the beast. He just need to stay focused, and all this will show his mental preparation. Because once he begin to excel in the sport and move on to the other level, he might be continental now. I'm not certain. Then he might go pro. These things will happen, so he has to be able to
Yeah.
adjust his mind and prepare.
And he's already participating in some pro races in France, so definitely. We've gotten word that he's signaling to his team that he needs his bike to be sorted. It seems like it was a flat on his back wheel. So if they can make a swift turnaround, as you said, then things will still be in his favor. But I would say that break that he went on is even more valuable to him now. Had he not
Correct.
executed that
Yep.
break, he would be in a much
Lot
worse
of trouble.
position than he is now.
Lot
But
of trouble.
he's still maintaining his minute and a half gap on the chasing group, and it's a possibility that they may not even be aware
Yep.
that he would have experienced these challenges. So there may be not as much motivation on their part to chase him if they are not aware of the difficulties he experienced.
Just 19 years old, this young man, Jakeem Carty. 19 and
Needs-
dominating this field.
He needs to keep a cool head and accept that there's a possibility that he may not get his bike, and commit as much as he can to the bike that he has in his possession right now.
Long way to go.
Folks, we're heading back down George Hill, so it's not much action. It's the lone man break with our own Jaja. He's heading down through the cycling hotbed, the village of George Hill. So he's going to be going into West End.
Well,
And we are seeing what
that's-
appears to be Howard.
no, that's not
No,
Howard.
that's not Howard?
That's Dwayne Headley, I
Oh.
believe, from the Masters category.
Okay.
Yes, he is very much opened up a gap on Sean Weathered. Oh, look, actually coming out of West End, you saw the gap start to open up, for Headley. And now as that Masters A category approaches the valley going down past Flow, the man, Dwayne Headley out of Barbados, looks to be in a comfortable position right now.
And if you're listening, we'd encourage everyone who's listening to appeal to their friends and family to please be mindful when on the road. We have the race is still very much going on, and we want to encourage persons to be as mindful of that as possible to ensure the safety of the cyclists.
Carty still driving forward. Doesn't seem as perturbed anymore. Just seems to have settled into his groove. He's realized that he may be in this for the long haul. He needs to get back to what has worked so far.
But if you look at Carter's, at Jaja's position on the bike, he seems to be a little bit raggedy. And I guess
It's too
that
small.
may be because of the bike
It's
is
too
not
small.
his correct
Yeah.
fit.
He's sitting very much forward on the bike. He's leaning down. He's crouched over because he's trying his best to. He's trying to maintain a comfortable position, but
And that's why I think it's so necessary for him to be able to get his bike fixed
Right.
and returned before he has to come out of West End.
well, I've just gotten a piece of news. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna let you see it. I'm not gonna tell anyone. I'm gonna let you see what may happen because this may actually be a magical moment, Right now, Carty is cruising in the front.
He's committing to keeping the pressure on, making his observations.
Is it possible, some guy, that we can get muted for 1 second? 1 second. Carty comfortable. We're gonna get to see the gap now here at the roundabout as Carty he's already passed Mirabelle's going west. We were told it's a minute and a half we're going to see now for our own eyes. The chasing pack, they have a lot of work to do because Carty on his new bright yellow bike seems to be cruising. No sign of the chasing pack yet. While on the other side, that Headley is still looking very comfortable as he's heading east past the St. James Medical School. Still no sign of the rest of the elite category riders. I'm seeing a couple masters. How big is the gap that Headley has opened up? A couple masters are now coming out of sandy ground. Kathy still cruising. Still no sign of the chasing pack. This is at the sandy ground roundabout. We are still waiting. We are very much still waiting. We've had a minute and a half, and here come the riders. Well, the gap is still about a minute and a half.
And they are not looking as vibrant as they were some minutes ago. I would say about a half an hour to 45 minutes ago. You can see the temperature and the race, the duration of the race is taking a toll on them. The pace is not as feverish as it was earlier. And despite the challenges, I think it is very likely that Jakeem Carty will continue in his current position.
Well,
it would be good if we can get some information in terms of the pace that the chasing group is doing right now, but it does not look very fast for the area that they are in, and that is not necessarily a good sign.
They were going down at about 35. The first, I think they're at about 30 now, you know.
You want to give an estimate as to what you think they should be doing in that area,
They should.
So I would say it should be around 50 plus.
Yeah, they need to be going
45,
45.
50,
Yeah.
exactly.
Need to be going 45.
Yeah. Rolling.
Yeah,
45
and it's
or
a
50.
group, so they should be walking that as much as possible, rotating, taking that tailwind, and maximizing every possible benefit that they can get, especially in this area here where we're looking at, we're passing Tasty's,
it's all downhill,
Tasty's
you know.
point of view.
It's a lot downhill
Exactly.
from
right
here.
now we should be approaching that 60-65 kilometer mark,
Need to be going.
and I'm not sure if they're doing
As-
those sort of speeds.
I don't think so. And that, what I said earlier, that Howard would have to be the one to push the pace. I don't think anyone in the group has pushed that pace to try and make up any distance. You have to be going. If you plan to catch the leader. He's already gone his break, and now he's just continuing to open the gap.
Yes, I don't think they are aware of the challenges he
Exactly.
experienced.
Because you should have been closing the gap right now, while he is on that bike.
We
As
have a race finishing now. Oh, sorry, we have
Delroy is now
Delroy
coming
who's
around.
passing the start-finish
Yep.
line. Delroy and another cyclist.
That is Elcock, Russell Elcock from Barbados.
Delroy and Russell Elcock.
Well, Delroy's done well to recatch Russell Elcock, you know, because Elcock had opened a little gap on him, but Delroy's done well to get back into 5th position.
Well, Delroy is the epitome of commitment and dedication. So there are not many cyclists out there, I think, that are as mentally committed to the cause as Delroy is. Delroy is a cyclist who is not uncommon to see Delroy leaving his house 3:30 in the morning when he's doing training for road cycling and putting in 100 kilometers before he goes to walk for 7.
I tell you, it's so funny, right? I have seen Delroy go out for a ride in the morning, go to work, leave
Finish
work,
And
go change his clothes, and go back for another
Absolutely
ride in the
correct.
afternoon.
absolutely correct. He is one of the most disciplined cyclists we can find.
All right, we're going to chase the leader now. The chasing pack are by Chiquitos. Let's see how far Carty has made this gap.
Cycling is as much a mental sport as it is a physical sport. And that mental endurance is very, very important.
Well, we're seeing in the Masters category, Headley is showing a good test of endurance, heading eastward as he goes through the Farrington. It seems like he's very composed, cycling well, and the rotations look very good there by Headley.
Pressure on him from that headwind
Yeah.
he's facing. He's trying to
He's forcing his way through it.
can't see his neck. His neck is no longer visible. And he is under some serious pressure, but he's keeping good form and trying his best to remain relaxed and keep his lead that he has.
He's pushing. You can see he is pushing. Well, the chasers are down by Chiquitos. We have passed the Dungeon Gym, heading further west. We still cannot find Jakeem Carty, you know. Has Carty made it to West End yet?
Well, you can see right now, Darren is doing about 70 motoring down west, trying to catch him, and still can't see sight of Jakeem.
No sign
So,
of Jakeem.
although he is, by now he's actually at 100
Yeah,
kilometers.
he is shooting
100
his way down
kilometers, ringing going down west.
And there are no signs. of
Still no signs.
there. I
Carty.
wonder if Carty has made it to West End.
Well, there's not much left in South Hill.
That's what I'm saying.
I must say, despite the out-on St. Martin, Santa Grong area has to be outside jumping up.
Definitely.
You bet. You bet.
Proud of Jakeem Carter, St. Martin's own homegrown.
Yeah, but Cuts, what about his grandmother?
He's Anguilla's own as well.
You know to go.
I tell you what, every time I watch the West Indies play cricket and Casey Carty is playing, he's Anguillian, you know. He is Anguillian, and I think we can say the exact same for Jakeem Carty. Well, we're in West End. Still can't find him.
Still a bit disappointed in the chase group.
They've not really put in an effort to make up the distance, you know.
I think the actions or efforts of the chase group or lack thereof just shows how much damage Jakeem has done in this race.
Well, he is currently passing Island Crave, going past down toward the Sunshine Supermarket. I tell you what, this gap has gotten larger, you know. It was a minute and a half earlier. It may be about 2 minutes now.
But maybe if someone can communicate to the chase group the issues that Jaja is facing, because he's on a bike that is not his size.
Yeah.
Obviously there's some level of discomfort. So if they can organize, I still think that they stand a good chance in closing the gap.
They have to act swiftly, Avery, because he's definitely looking more comfortable now on this bike than he was looking a few minutes ago.
Correctly,
And
correct.
I think I overheard Darren saying that he has now about a 2-minute gap.
Yeah, same thing. Yep.
So it means he's opened up the gap.
Correct. He's looking a lot more comfortable than he was initially, but still I can see a level of discomfort.
Yeah. Coming out of West End, that discomfort will show even more.
And I don't think it has. I don't think anything he's doing right now has anything to do with the bike, you know. I think it's just the frustration levels from his original bike being.
Setting that the bike is totally different.
I think he's just settled into a groove of, well, this is what I have to do. I have to ride this, so we're gonna go.
But that's where
You see him celebrating there just now.
that's where his mental
Catering
strength
for
comes
water.
in.
You think so?
Yeah, it's water,
Yeah,
definitely
yes,
water.
the water,
he's
that
asking
water.
for water. Sorry, I thought he was saying yes.
Not yet. There's a long way to go still. He's left to get back east.
Folks, you're not missing any action. It's just a sole break, and then you have the chase group of 3 and then I think we have another chase group of
Of
two.
two, yes.
So it's almost a foregone conclusion, but for the spectators and for the entrance of the sport, I am still hoping that the three-man chase group can join
keep it
our very
interesting.
own Jaja Carter just to make it an exciting finish.
Have to make it
Well,
interesting.
And if they can't catch him here, then we'll have to find some comfort in expecting a sprint for
Mr.
second.
Yes, second.
Well, Angola can take. Courts reference only that the entire Sanderground might be out jumping up. So Angola can start coming out because if Jaja's going to be one on the podium, then we can may as well separate. After all, he's a Carter.
He is.
So that's what you're seeing, folks, is the lone break. And if I keep going down memory lane, another shoulder that this sport is standing on highly is a gentleman by the name of Emmanuel Lord. And we call him Mano. After Mr. Koval would have finished his stint with organized races, Mano on his own, there was a period when he was having races. So we are standing on Mano's shoulder, and of course we all know back in the day, Mano was not an easy cyclist to deal with.
Stingers.
Carty is passing 4 seasons of once again. He's going west past them for the final time. He'll be coming east past them, and then in his mind, it's going to be the home stretch because it's through Blowing Point. It is up to Jeremiah Highway, back up into the east, and then it's back home for the final time. Carty cruising, not comfortable, but cruising. Looks very much as if he has set himself to go on and do what he came over here planning to do.
He's fully committed. Those legs haven't stopped on it.
But I don't think he knows yet that he may be a part of history.
You can see him seems to be trying to get a little stretch in.
Yes, you can see the cramp from him being so cramped up on the bike may be starting to set in. Of course, as you mentioned, it's more work on the legs when you're that compact in your riding stance, and his legs being a lot closer to his torso, it's forcing him to have to stretch them out occasionally. If cramp develops, is that an opening?
Probably trying to get a bit more stretching before he has to really put out that effort coming back to the east as well.
Very much so.
Due to his posture, what we will see is he'll be required to use more of his quads, less of his hamstrings, and it'll disrupt that balance. So I'm very much hoping for his sake
Well,
that he can get his bike back. And you can see him, he's trying his best to stretch. He's anticipating the task at hand. And we want to take some time as well to say thank you to our sponsors at this moment. Najiko Insurances, Superior Industrial Equipment, Mayco, NCBA, National Commercial Bank of Angola, Angola Football Association, the Department of Sports, Liberty Credit Union, Angola Social Security Board, Angola ANC Port Authority, Four Seasons Resort, Angola.
well, over on the master side of things, that gap has gotten a bit closer, it looks like Weathered has just closed it in a bit on Headley. That is going to be good. If you look in the rearview mirror, that's Justin. Okay, so it's Justin behind it. Okay. Thought it may have been Weathered who was still competing, but well, it just goes to show where the rest of this race is. We were focusing very much on the top 6 riders, but the rest of this race, I just want to know how large the gap is now between Kati, and then the rider in 7th, who I believe is Osborne, Sean Osborne. Kati's he's already around the point of the West for the last time.
And
Okay,
there
here we
can
have the
see
bike.
Have you seen it?
Blade, his father, has brought his bike, giving Jakeem a switch over there. This is a sign, this excitement.
And there's
It
trouble
should
in
be
town.
feel good to get back your bike. You can see
Look at
almost
him. Look at him.
instantaneously the difference of how his body now is relaxed. His farm is back. He's up off his seat, pushing up a West End. That there, trust me, he's feeling good again.
And that's a remarkable moment. And just to remind our viewers, his dad would have just won his category
Masters B.
in the Masters B category. And he would have taken the time to return the bike to his son to ensure that they can secure the win in the elite category as well. I was just about to say, Cots, some of the things Parsons may not think about in switching bikes is that he also wouldn't have had any cycling data.
Yeah.
Oh,
to
yeah.
utilize. And I think he's just cleaning the screen on his bike, and now he's able to see what speed he's doing. Most likely has a power meter on his bike, so he can gauge his effort as well
Heart
that he's
rate.
putting out.
Yeah.
So this will be an invaluable moment for Jaja, and potentially that is the most defining moment for him in terms of being able to secure any possibility of winning this race today.
But it is obvious that the change of bike has brought a change in attitude, because
Motivation.
his posture has changed. I can see his whole attitude on the bike has changed. He's motoring.
He's happy again.
Yeah. Long and short, our Jaja is a happy man today.
Well, another happy man right
He's
now
taking in
is
his
Headley.
gels, what maybe his last gel pack.
Dwayne Headley.
The beginning of his last gels.
Dwayne Headley look like he may be wrapping up his
Masters
race. Dwayne Headley has
Sonic.
he has ridden an absolute beauty, you know, because he opened up that gap on Sean Weathered, and very comfortably he has closed in on what is going to be a victory for the Sonics 246 riding the cycling club. Dwayne Headley has just won the Masters A competition. What a race there by Dwayne Headley, you know.
Going back to the elite category now, we can see Jakeem Carty. He's just climbing the hill at Best Buy. And as we said earlier, he would have received his bike from his dad. So he's a happy camper.
I think even more getting the bike back, you know. I think he may have been seeing his dad down there, getting that little motivation. And maybe his dad just told him, hey, I already won, you know. You gotta win too.
Make sure you bring it home.
Yep. That just gave him that little extra motivation to keep going. The mental side of sport is something we often overlook, you know. Those little moments. I seeing that little boost you saw when he got back on his bike. He's moving a lot quicker as well, you know.
But one of the observations that I've made with Jaja is his form on the bike.
Exceptional.
It's beautiful.
If you look at
Beautiful.
him now, I can see a pro in the making.
It is
Yes,
beautiful.
definitely.
The way his cadence, his position on the bike, when he goes down to the drop bars, when he comes back on top,
It's not rocking, wasting too much energy or anything of that sort.
it's a complete cyclist and a pro in the making.
Sean Weathered now coming in for Antigua in second place in the Masters category, the Masters A category. He did well to ride with Dwayne Headley for a while, but Headley opened up the gap. And Sean Weathered from Antigua will now be coming in second, representing the Pillars Cycling Club. Another good race.
You see the race officials just behind Jaja.
Carty heading back eastward past the gas station. After this, he'll have to head into Blowing Point for the first time. We'll be heading into that village.
And we can expect to see some support on
Oh,
the
you
road
bet.
sides.
We already know what Bloodport has produced
Home
for
of
Anguillian
Hassan
cycling.
Hayes.
Oh, you bet.
His brother Joseph and a number of other cyclists, home of Timothy Richardson.
Tim Richardson, yep.
I believe Ronnie Bryan and a number of other premier cyclists from Anguilla would have come out of the Blowing Point area.
But I
So
think
there should be a tremendous showing of support as we head into Blowing Point. Always a good place to hold a race in Anguilla.
well, the rest of the riders seem to be heading back eastward now because we've just passed Delroy going west. So the chasing pack must be heading back eastward now. But again, nowhere near this man Carty. The gap is only opening up wider, you know. Carty very much comfortable in this race. As we're in South Hill, Jakeem Carty. Again, his father would have just won the Masters B race, and he is not too far away as he's calling for a bit more water. Very hot, you know. It is so hot. We wouldn't feel it. We are very comfortable where we are, but he is out there suffering in the heat. The juniors race may be coming to an end as well, you know. I cannot quite tell just yet who the rider is. Still looking, but he is comfortable right now, you know. Giuliani Van Heineken out of St. Martin representing ASM. The youngster is going to cruise to victory in the juniors category. St. Martin getting themselves another win here. Giuliani Van Heineken winning the juniors category. We're just seeing the 7th place rider going down now. We saw 5th, we saw 6th, now we're seeing 7th.
Sherwin Shotman Osborne.
As passing the NCBA West branch. Carty still cruising. It's a bit of a change from what we thought we may have seen earlier, but I think we may have underestimated just how strong Carty is, you know.
And we can see Darren showing us the pace on the bike. He's doing 40 kilometers right there heading east, and that for that area is not an easy number
Going
to
east,
be putting out.
yep.
That is some decent speed for that area.
Very much so.
So he is not letting up off the gas. He's making sure it's a definitive victory here today. And as long as things continue to go in his favor, then that will most likely be the outcome.
Guys, I am very much impressed with Jaja. 17 knots in his chest, and the guy is motoring as if he's going downwind.
Easy. I saw it from the hill, you know. When I saw how easily he opened up that gap on the hill, that, as you said, the attack wasn't even an attack, you know. That was just him riding and everybody else falling behind. Jakeem Carty is putting on a show right now.
If you could look at his position on the bike, he's more forward on his seat,
So much more comfortable.
turning the revolutions, everything is properly set. I believe this bike is actually a pro set fit for him.
Yes,
A
it looks
testament to a proper position
Good extension
on your
on
bike,
the legs.
good extension and everything like that, good cadence. You're getting good power output. This is it right here.
But Curtis, if you look at the number that Darren shows on his speedometer, is 40 kilometers.
40 doing
Yes.
And that's
40
40
into the
kilometers.
wind.
with the wind in your chest.
Yeah.
That's
70,
remarkable.
17 knot headwind, and he's doing 40 kilometers an hour. He is motoring right now.
Just heading into South Hill, close to Anguilla trading. Throughout the entire race, you can see that his whole farm, his pasture on the bike has not changed one bit. I actually have not seen any point in this race where he has looked
Any signs
like
of
he's
weakness,
suffering any
yeah.
signs of weakness or deterioration with his energy levels.
But he showed some signs of disappointment when he changed the bike. But
That's
Yes,
it.
even that would be
That's about it.
frustrating.
Yeah,
That,
just
that,
frustration.
that was called for.
Well, I don't think it was a physical change. This is looks like we have
That
Desron,
is-
Desron Bino,
Yes.
Anguilla Zone, Desron Bino,
yeah, we are owning him too.
racing for Sonics of Barbados. But yes, Desron is coming in and getting ready to finish. I believe this may be third place.
Yes,
For
for the
Masters
Masters A category.
A category.
Yep. This run
Strong cyclist who would have spent a number of years cycling here in Anguilla before relocating to Barbados. But as I said, Anguilla's very own Desron Bueno.
Well, we call him the Three Island One Man. And Pat, with your permission, Pat, good afternoon, wherever you are. We are owning Desron today. So this third position is Anguilla's position, Pat.
Well, his teammate already won the race, and he'll be making up the third spot on the podium. Sonics 246, they are very much having fun in this race today.
And they would have sent a number of cyclists here, a full team.
A number,
There's a
yes.
strong showing from Sonics here in Anguilla for the John T. Memorial Race, which is very much appreciated. See, Jaja is calling for some support. I'm not sure what the issue is, but he's calling for some form of support. It's possible he may be trying to confirm the route because he's communicating with the commissaires in the race official vehicle.
Folks, you're not missing much action. We're still with the lone break with St. Martin and Anguilla's very own Jaja Carter. He is coming out of South Hill. The race, if we understand correctly, is going to make a right turn by Connors Car Rental. Is that a right or left? A right
Yeah,
turn?
Right,
on,
right.
Into Blown Point, up to Jeremiah, up to George Hill, back up to the long path, through the Mango Garden, and then Jaja is going to be number one on the
Justin.
podium.
There's
That's
Justin.
Justin. I think he would have just taken in another gel, trying to get his last bit of carbohydrates in, so he can unleash fire and fury.
So Blown Point, look out. Jaja, our Jaja is coming through. Of course, you know Blown Point is the home of a couple cyclists. Some of the names you would have heard before. But there's a name that stands out. We call him Bo. I think his name is Vernon Richardson. Bo was a cyclist, and there's a story that we all heard about Bo. Bo was in a race, and of course, he could not catch Jerry Mopsick Richardson from the cycling hotbed of George Hill. Bo was under so much pressure. Bo stopped, let the air out of his tire, claimed the flat as an excuse for not finishing the race. And of course, me and Bo, we have a laugh about that.
Right now, Avery, you can see Jaja is consistent after he get that gel. He has it up to about 65 kilometers heading in West End. Doing a remarkable job going on the Blown Point. Nearly 70 kilometers.
That's a lot of speed.
Some congratulations
St.
coming in.
Martin, we see you in the comment section. And as we said earlier, Jaja is a St. Martin Anguillian.
He's an Anguillian St. Martin. You're a Carter, you're from Anguilla. A couple more of the juniors making their way home as well.
I believe we have, that's Hughes Hodge, I believe, in the front from Wheels on
Sandy
Fire.
Hill, Wheels on Fire.
It is Ephraim Hughes Hodge, yes. That's a contingent of them as they make their way down to the finish line. It was a good race by the juniors. It was already won quite convincingly by Giuliani Van Heinigen out of ASM in St. Martin. Of course, there are more positions up for grabs on the podium.
And there's an early attack.
Good attack as well.
Good execution. Attack from the back.
Yep, excellent
Now,
attack
maybe
that
a bit
was.
early.
Oh, but he may get caught.
A little bit too early.
He may get caught.
We can see Anguilla cyclist having some
The chain.
difficulty with his chain.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him.
Oh boy. So have to ride it out to the finish line.
But we can see the early attack, I believe, was able to be sustained.
Yeah, he's through, and he's into second.
It would have been good to see what would have happened had there not been that technical issue. I think it may have been a little bit early. But nevertheless, good execution, and he would have been able to secure his position. You can see Jaja is now in Blowing Point and appears to be heading up the Jeremiah Highway at approximately 50 kilometers an hour, which is a remarkable speed to be
Again,
doing.
if you notice Jeremiah, it's no big obstructions to stop the
Straight.
wind. So Jaja is having the wind in his chest, and for him to be motoring at that speed, St. Martin, Anguilla, we have a champion in the making.
This young man, just 19 years old, Jakeem Carty. But already he's making a mark on the cycling scene. Comfortable going through the Jeremiah Highway, he looks, I wonder if any other rider has made it in the Blowing Point yet.
But if you know Blade, the Cotton Blade is a very good cyclist. Of course, he's up in age now, but Blade is very competitive, and this is a chip off the old block. So Jaja will go where his dad never made it to.
Well, someone has to blaze the trail. His dad has blazed it, and now he is flying down it. He may not know that his dad already won his race this morning, but his dad definitely knows that he is on course to win this one.
Well, at this point in time, Avery, you must give a shout out to Leeward Construction to having the Jeremiah Road
Open.
finished. Just was open yesterday around 12 o'clock because we're on the verge of having the race shoot for Jeremiah changed.
Quite fit.
But they were finished in time. It was successfully so that they could continue on the Jeremiah Road as we are going here right now. So kudos to them.
But
Definitely.
But an interesting note, a lot of those St. Martin cyclists that would have gotten up in age, they would have bring the kids with them. So we recognize Keith has a son that rides, Eddie Grella has a son that rides, the Cotton Blade has a son that rides. That's continuation. Keith, back in his day, were part of a team called the Tigers. I think that's one of the most aggressive teams we've ever seen. So Keith Carter, of course, we owning you too, because you are a Carter. You also from Angola. Eddie Grell, back in his time, another dangerous number. And I just hope his son can reach the level that Jaja has reached. But that's good to see.
Well, Carty, once again, cruising. I sound like a broken record, But there's not much more you can say. Just calling for a bit of water now, but he seems to be very, very comfortable. Carty now, as we head through the Jeremiah Gums Highway, he's doing just under 40, about 35 he's doing right now. Of course, that's still a good pace, you know. That's still a... It's not the 40 he was doing, but
Commendable pace.
that 40 was an unworldly pace before.
Considering where he is, that is a commendable pace.
Very much so. It's a 17 knot headwind he's going into right now with absolutely no support around him.
He's keeping his body cool. You can see him wetting his body, ensuring that he keeps his core temperature as low as possible given the circumstances.
Well, he made the first major attack, and he's made another attack, and he's opened the gap. Well, we're being joined now by a former cyclist. The man Kylan Fleming has joined us here in the booth. And Kylan, tell us what you think of this race so far by Carty.
Good afternoon. Yeah, brilliant race by him so far for sure. I've been following the race up on Senegal and started watching him. And he started the race on his own basically. Started hitting those attacks going up to Island Harbor. And I've known Jaja, seen him riding, coming up. I don't think I've ever seen him lose a bike race. I don't think I've ever seen him lose a race from 5 up to this age. So once his name is on the sheet, he's always the one to mark for sure. And when he came up Senegal the first time, I think he just wanted to get the preem. He got the preem. And you can see that he was very comfortable compared to a lot of those other guys. And then he waited, and then the second time he came up there comfortable. And then I heard the man Blade say the party starts now. He said the party starts now. And once he said that, I knew I was to come next. So I mean, this doesn't surprise me, but it's still remarkable to see from this young man for sure. Dealing with the issues, changing onto that bike, that was definitely smaller for him. You can see now his riding style matches what we saw earlier. On the yellow bike, you could see he was a little bit hunched over. He wasn't comfortable at all. So yeah, brilliant race of him for sure. And from all the other guys, you know, this race is about 45 kilometers, and I can tell you from my experience that is no easy feat for sure. But I mean, he's making it look as easy as it can be. But yeah, great race of him for sure.
Might be one of the easiest races I've seen ridden here for the John T. The man Jakeem Carty, as you mentioned, you know, they're first still going for the preem. I don't even think he realized how easy it would have been to go and win that attack, you know, because he made an attack. Howard tried to go with him. Howard couldn't catch him. He realized, wait, he actually had to stop and wait for the entire chasing pack to catch him again so he could have a peloton going around the second time. When he realized he was going up the hill for the second time, he didn't even have to attack. He just went and he left them behind.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I saw too, you know, because it's a long race. You know, when he came out of Senegal the first time, it's just about 40 to 50 kilometers into the race. And you have nearly 100 kilometers more to go. And you don't want to do that by yourself, especially with the wind you face heading towards the east, especially in the long path. You don't want to be out there by yourself for 100 kilometers. So the smart thing to do is definitely to wait on the other riders. And that's what we saw him do for sure. And we see now, you can see he's not as comfortable as before. He's spraying a little bit more water into his legs. Probably the heat is getting to him. But still, he's looking very good, and he's putting all the work already to now when he's suffering, he can take his time going down. You know, he has his team around him telling him what to do. He knows the speeds that he predetermined to put in over here. So it's no stress for him for sure, but yeah, brilliant performance again.
Well, he's soon going to be out of the Jeremiah Highway. He'll quickly have to turn left up through the straight, and then he'll be out of the highway. And it's going to be just one more movement east, and then he's on the home stretch. Carty seems very, very comfortable, but it's not an easy race, you know. he has a previous winner in the chasing pack behind him, because the man Vincent Luis, he won this race a couple of years ago. But Carty has come across this year and has made Vincent look like a normal rider.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. I mean, all these guys, they're putting in the work. I mean, we're talking from an AC, and they're putting in the work. So I mean, I'll never disrespect any of these guys. These guys are doing a great job. I mean, I was over at Sandy Ground at the roundabout, and I took a time check for myself because I wanted to see the damages, and it was about a minute and a half that Jaja or Jakeem Carty had on these guys. So I'm gonna guess that gap is about 3 minutes now. That's just my guess. Don't quote me on that. But we can see he's looking good. The commissioners are right following him just to make sure that everything is within the regulations. He has a support team following him. He's now heading back towards the valley, soon approaching the valley roundabout. Then he has to deal with that headwind up to Long Path again, which will be a little bit difficult. But the minute he hits that turn into Mango Garden coming around, he'll feel very, very good.
Yes, and we have some questions in the live stream chat. Persons are inquiring about how many cyclists from Anguilla. And in the elite category, we have 3 cyclists from Anguilla. We have Delroy Carty, we have Shawin Shotman Osborne, and we have Justin Crazy Legs Hodge representing Anguilla in the elite category for this race.
In the juniors, we had 2 representatives, both Ephraim Hughes Hodge and Kamari Ruwan from Wheels on Fire. In the Masters A, we had 3 representatives. We had Khalid Hughes from Brutal Pedals, Owen Reed, and Samuel Basil. Then in the Masters B category, we had a couple as well in Craig Emmanuel and Patrick Niles. So we've had a number of Anguillians. And even in the Master C category, we also have Raul Rodriguez. And in the females, we also have Mary Pat and Tyler Sharas. So number of Anguillian representation in this Johnson Memorial race. And there's no greater Anguillian representation right now than Jakeem Carty. He's Anguillian, we are claiming him. You're a Carty, you're from Anguilla. I see you. I see what you say. I say he's a Carty, so I think we're gonna claim him. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah, so Jakeem, he's making his way through the valley right now, and passing the old start finishing point there by Flo. We know he had some great finishes there. That's where Hassani Hennis won it the first time for Anguilla several years ago, and that was a great day seeing that. So we're passing the old start finish line by Flo. Obviously, the race moved now, starting over by the Runway Park. So he's passing that roundabout here now, heading back up into past the stoplight into Long Path to make his way around the final loop to bring it home. So let's see how he looks going up to this path. I think it was around here where he put in that attack yesterday too in the crit race, shaking it up and putting some licks on those guys, passing the old high school. But he's looking very comfortable for sure. And let's see how he looks going forward. I would love to have a time check now to see how the other guys are doing though.
I do want to know the gap between the leader and the chasing pack. Well, not just that. I want to see the distance between the leader and the Delroy and the Elcock pack. I call it a pack. There's just 2 of them. But them in 5th and 6th. They were behind that front 4 for the majority of this race until... I keep going to call it an attack. It wasn't an attack, but an attack in nature. Thereby, Jakeem Carty just completely separated him from the rest. He's just shown that his strength, his ability to just power through on those difficult areas, it's just too much for everybody else to handle.
Yeah, and I mean, in today's cycling, we call that an attack. I mean, I know in the past,
it's barely.
in the past, we would see the riders, you know, they would do an aggressive shot like we
Right,
see here.
a proper
But, I mean,
shot.
now if you look at the guys like Pogacar and Vingegaard, they're sitting on their saddle now. Are those professional Tour de France riders? And they're riding away and they're putting the pace to a point where everyone is suffering, and it takes just a little bit more to put that gap in. So I think that's the way cycling is going now, for sure. But yeah, he on Sandy Ground Hill, I was there, I saw it live. Once he stepped it up, that was it. After he came over his hill, and you could see in his teams, their faces, they knew the party started. They knew what time it was.
I mean, you almost saw it the first time. He was almost surprised as to how far ahead he got up the hill going for the pre when everybody you saw him stop and literally look around for everybody else, and then he went for a drink of water until the pack could catch back up to him.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of a luxury, because you get a chance to feel good and get your breath back.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I came up Sangong Hill a few times myself, and I couldn't catch my breath. So I mean, seeing him, he came up there, you got a chance to catch himself. Let those guys come back in, and then taking their time, working together.
Looks as if the two Team JCO riders have left Howard now. We suspected a bit earlier that they may try to use Howard, but they've now decided that maybe a bit better off without him. They've been keeping their pace back, and now the former winner in Vincent Luis, as well as his partner in Team JCO, Dylan Levy, they are now occupying the second and third positions together. Still a very large gap, you know.
Yeah, we would have liked to see how the separation happened.
Yeah.
But I mean, these two riders, they're together now. They're teammates. They're gonna know each other's strengths. They're gonna want to come in together, I would assume, and secure the second and third place for the team. So whichever one is the strongest, he's gonna know that the other guy, he's gonna know how he's feeling. They're gonna communicate, I would assume, and bring it home together.
Well, we've already seen Levi looked like he was struggling a little bit earlier in the race, and Vincent now again seems to be waiting for Levi a little bit. I'm just wondering if Levi is struggling. Yes, just wonder if he's struggling a bit coming up through the Jeremiah Highway hill. They have turned now on to that upward straight going up to the valley now. Passing the airport area, Levi and Vincent, but at the same time, Carty is almost into Sandy Hill.
Yeah, we can see on one screen, Carty, he's moving. He's off his saddle a little bit. And that spells a little bit of discomfort. He's calling for his team, you can see.
I think the headwind's now affecting him,
yeah,
you know.
for sure. I mean, going up that stretch on your own is never easy.
Yeah.
And definitely after doing over 100 kilometers.
Yesterday.
Yeah, and yesterday's race. So, yeah, he would definitely be feeling it a little bit. But, I mean, with the gap with him already being in the Farrington heading up, compared to where Vincent and the rest of his team is.
They don't even pass the roundabout, you know.
Yeah, they haven't even made it into the valley.
Nope.
So, that's a huge gap. And he has time to take his time. Jakeem has time to take his time, going up, cruise to the finish line, make sure that, if he has any mechanicals or anything, his team would have time to change it. So he's relaxing. We're seeing Levi taking over the pacemaking right now, which kind of caught me by surprise because he wasn't looking.
He was struggling a little bit.
He was struggling a little bit coming out of Jeremiah.
Yeah, but it's just the hills, you know.
Yeah, he might be struggling on the hills.
Yeah.
And then Vincent also wanted to talk to the guys in the team car. So we see Vincent talks to the guys, gets some water or whatever the supplement is, and he's back setting the pace for his teammate. Obviously, we can see Vincent is a little smaller.
He stays lower in the bike as well.
The support or blocking of the wind for Levi wouldn't be
not
as
much. Yep.
because of his position. But I mean, it's always better to know you have a teammate there. And you can see Levi, he's struggling, but they'll work together and they'll finish off this race, coming in second and third, assuming nothing dramatic happens.
Yep. I keep saying nothing drastic happens.
Yeah, because again, we already saw Jakeem have the problem with the bike change before. He's changing onto the spare bike that wasn't completely set up for him.
He wasn't happy with it.
He wasn't happy with it, and then he changed back onto his current bike. So anything can happen in cycling. You never know what to expect.
I'm not sure you're gonna see a better moment in Anguilla cycling and regional cycling. And watching Kati hop off his bike, you could see the joy in his face when he looked up and saw his dad sitting on his bike, waiting on him as he came out of Western all by himself, you know. You almost saw him completely light up.
Yeah, we're seeing the comments where
Well, we see it, you know.
we
We
are
have
stressing that John does from
my
St. Martin.
God, we know, you know, we very much know.
He's from St. Martin. He raced there. He raced over in Anguilla coming up. He's from St. Martin. We saw the damage he did. Like I said, I never saw him lose a race racing for. He always raced for St. Martin team. So yes, we understand that he represents St. Martin.
It's very simple. We never said that he's representing Anguilla. We are just claiming him. We need somebody to represent us right now, and we're just claiming him. That's all it is.
Fleming, the point needs to be made that Jaja, grandmother.
I don't know why you're so upset. Akati is an Anguillian name, so he obviously has Anguillian heritage, and his grandmother is Anguillian. So I'm not sure. We're not saying he is. We know he's from St. Martin. He's representing St. Martin. He rides for St. Martin. If the St. Martin people need to be heard, we'll let them be heard. But we need somebody to hold on to. Can you not share him a little bit? Let's share. When we had Jamal from West Indies, we let you share Jamal with us. We can share him a little bit. Only jesting, of course, but the pride that it instills nationally is very, very, very much apparent for all of these countries. We've seen the representation for all of them, the Belizeans, we've seen the Bajans, we've seen the Antiguans, and now the St. Martiners, the Dominicans, the Guyanese, and now the St. Martiners. They've realized one of us has won, and now another one is on the cusp of winning. We need to make ourselves very much known, and they are doing so as Kati now passes the roundabout. He's going in to Sandy Hill and going down into the Mango Garden Road. He's almost on the home stretch, you know. He's almost down the home stretch. It is out into Little Dix, down through Stony Ground. He turns the corner and he is almost in to his victory.
Yeah, so he's heading into what we call the Mango Garden area. If you're a cyclist and you see you're going to Mango Garden, you know where you're going. And this is one of the newer points added into the race when they changed the start-finish line. Because the race initially did not go through this area. You would make a turn at the roundabout and head back down the long path, back into the valley. The race would finish by flow. So this point was added in, and you pass the concrete plant. There's a little incline added towards the finish, passing the shoulder roundabout, which I think added an extra dynamic and another challenge to the race for sure. But I mean, for Jakeem, this would be no problem for him. He's looking pretty good to bring this race home.
As he called it earlier, this is Anguilla's own cobblestone. This is our little cobblestone area.
Just about.
Well, Jakeem Kati is cruising through the Mango Garden right now. He has the support around him, but he is going to wrap up, barring anything unforeseen, what has been a dominant victory here in the Johnty Memorial, the 26th edition of the Johnty Memorial cycling race. The first one was won by the man who came second today in the Masters category, the Masters B category, sorry. He won that first race, did the man Nepo, but 26 years later, Jakeem Kati has made it through Mango Garden. He is now going down.
For those of you locals in Woodlands wondering where Delroy is, we had someone reach out to us and tell us that Delroy is still on the Jeremiah Gums Highway. He passed the point where the construction was recently done, just to give you guys a point of reference. So he's still in the race. He's a far way back, but I know Delroy personally, and I know that he will want to finish this race for himself, for his personal pride, and to represent Frank Willow. So he's still chugging over. He's pushing along, and I know he'll finish the race.
That gap, however, it's just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, as we said it would. It was a minute and a half a couple laps ago, and I was opened up to about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean that kind of thing happened in cycling, because half of cycling I always say is a mental game, and the moment you start to feel that the race is gone from you, it affects not only your mind but that trickles down into your legs. It becomes you just want to finish, you just want to suffer through the rest of it and get off the bike as fast as possible. So the gap it continues to grow and grow because obviously we're seeing. I mean, if we had shots of Delroy right now, we would know how he's looking and feeling, and we don't. But we can see just comparing Jakim to Vincent and his teammate. You can see it's a little more spur. He's feeling it. He's stretching his back a little bit right now, which could be some of the effects of switching to the smaller bike earlier, or just the race getting old and the mileage in his legs. But he's on that stretch, heading up to the little incline, heading towards the roundabout. He's looking pretty good. But yeah, Delroy's still in the race, guys. For any Angoleans wondering where our best rider is, he's pushing along and he's gonna bring it home for us.
Fleming, to go on a break and to maintain that break, chased by 3 guys, and those guys cannot catch you, and you to maintain that tells you the caliber of cyclists you are.
No, but I think it stretches even. You spoke about the mental side of cycling. I think what Carty did on the hill ended that race, when Vincent and Levi and Howard, as Vincent has gone slightly on his lonesome. I think Levi has just gone behind to talk to the car, yes. When we saw what Carty did on the hill, you could basically see the life in this race drain out of it for Howard and for the 2 Team JCO guys, because they were struggling on a small plate going up Sandy Ground Hill, while Carty was on his big plate cruising.
Yeah, for sure. And we're seeing Carty's he's passing the shoulder roundabout now, so he's going to be at the finish line pretty soon. And just to piggyback off of what Avery was saying, when you're in a bike race and you're solo and you have multiple guys chasing you, those guys always have an advantage because they're able to work together. So anytime that you're able, like we're seeing Jakim Jaja do right now, to hold out all 3 of these guys on your own, it's always a remarkable thing. So I'm going to leave these guys in the comments right now. I'm going to go out to see the end of the race. But, yeah, for me, brilliant performance by Jaja. From St. Martin, Jaja, Jakim, brilliant performance. But yeah, great ride, and these guys are going to bring it home.
Thanks a lot, Fleming. So we see Jaja, St. Martin own and Anguilla own. I don't know how St. Martin. I don't know how we can share him.
We have to.
I don't know how we can share him. But when he take that podium today, Anguilla is gonna be on his back. So wonderful performance, great athlete. I had a good chat with him yesterday. Good personality. Blade take a bow. I think he got a champion in the making. Just stay with him, ensure that he do what he have to do, and I can see him one of these days representing one of those pro teams in Europe.
Well, he is heading now down into stony ground. The 19-year-old is about to complete a historic victory. It's going to be the 7th ever rider from St. Martin to win this John T. Memorial Elites category cycling race. And this young man, Jakim Carty, has made it look easy. Approaching the stoplight very soon. It's going to be a turn and then a coast. We were expecting a sprint. We may not even get it from him. He can coast to victory. I suspect he may want to end in grand fashion, however.
No need for a sprint. He's the lone wolf. He's done a remarkable job to stay away, to break away, and to stay away.
Yep.
So no need to exert any more energy, put yourself at risk within a high rate of speed. You just need to take it home, cross the line, and finish the job. And I can say before it is done, job well done, Jaja.
Well, every one thing to notice too. You might say the speed of finishing, but you have to look at not only wanting to win a jaunty race, but the time
That's what's
that
you
it
make it a
takes
big
to
finish.
win the race.
Yep.
And out of all my years watching the jaunty race, I have never seen anybody break away from so all in the race,
Yep.
keep that distance, open it, and extend it, and end up winning the race. So I tip my hat off to Jaja.
Point well
Impeccable,
said, Cord. You said-
impeccable riding.
You said extended. The key word is extended.
Yep.
Yeah,
This has been one of the most
it's a very
remarkable-
large gap. Right
Yep.
now, we're passing the Stony Ground Primary School.
He's about to finish this race.
Just about to finish, comfortable. The same rhythm, how he started, he's ending. I really commend him, and from putting out that kind of effort yesterday too, that kind of fatigue on the body shows to what point in condition that your body is at.
Cycling folks, we are passing the Universal Open Campus. We have a winner in the making. Great job, Jaja. Champion is coming home. Folks, if you are listening, keep listening. If you're on the street, make it to the finish line as quick as you can. Job well done, Jaja.
19
Kudos,
years
kudos. St. Ground, St. Martin.
19
Stand up.
years
This
old.
is your 2026 John T champion, Jaja. Big up yourself one time. Impeccable ride. Very, very remarkable job. Well done.
Jaja, grandmother have to be rolling over in her grave.
And I'll give
Rolling in her grave. Anguilla, take a bow. We are claiming Jaja too. Great job, Jaja.
Well,
That is
Velo
it, that
Club
is it.
is Sandy Ground.
First place there,
have
Jaja.
a winner. 19 years old, Jakeem Carty has dominated a difficult race, out of Velo Club in Sandy Ground. This young man has made a grueling race look easy. One bit of difficulty, we had to change his bike, a bit of frustration, but other than that, he has posted to a dominant performance here today.
I want to make a correction. Jaja grandmother is still alive. My humblest apology.
Oh, boy.
My humblest apology. I was given incorrect information. Jaja grandmother is still alive. Take a bow, grandmother. You're an Anguillian.
The winner
Even,
has earned it,
even
you know.
look at how he came off his bike. Normally fellas would have been dropping down. Look at it.
He's
He's
comfortable.
just stretching, just standing, just giving thanks.
We've already been informed, this race is over 140 kilometers. He regularly rides 200k races. He normally rides 200 kilometer races. Very, very comfortable. He made this race look easy. Jakeem Carty out of St. Martin via Anguilla. And we just wonder how long it will take for the chasing pack to get in. You just wonder how far behind Vincent and Levi might be. Well, I asked, and I can now see them. They are still on the eastern end of the island. They're coming down now. But it does appear as if that gap is it's about 5 minutes driving distance. It's a long, long way away. He's opened it and he's continued to open it. Winston and Levi still riding together. But it's a long way between them and the winner. Still looking very comfortable, however. He's ridden a good race now, a former champion, the man Vincent Luis. He's had his teammate with him for the majority of the race, man Levi. And now I wonder if we may see the two of them get into a sprint out toward the end. Vincent would have won this race in 2024. A couple years ago now. Levi, young man as well, you know, would have just had his birthday a couple days ago, actually. Would have just had his birthday, would have turned 25, I do believe. Young man, Dylan Levy. Vincent a bit more experienced, of course. But looking comfortable, the former winner. Behind them, I wonder how far the gap is from those two to the man Dominic Howard out of Barbados, and how close Delroy and Elcock are going to run the man Howard. Because you know the man Osborne, showing Osborne is in 7th place as well. Those two approaching the roundabout to head down into Little Dix, I do believe. Coming down toward the end, that just tells you how big the gap is, you know. The man Carter may be dry by the time they get there. Carty, once again, out of Sandy Ground St. Martin. Not Sandy Ground Anguilla, Sandy Ground St. Martin. They can be proud of one of the sons of their soil. Just 19 years old, I must remind you, you know. 19 years of age. A lot of experience on this road here in this category. This young man has made it look like light work. Yeah, that is no discredit to any of the riders in this race. You know, these are some brilliant riders. But this young man, Carty, wow. Just wow. Vincent and Levi still pedaling along.
Serious farm there, boy.
Making their way through the stony ground area.
Yeah, these fellas don't use no gloves either.
Just cruising home. Vincent will be another good finish for him, you know. He's already won it. Another top 3 finish. That's brilliant consistency as well. Shows you the quality of the cyclist. Two of them making their way now past Rooties in stony ground. Just approaching the stoplight where they're going to be able to make their turn and coast into the finish line. And from there, it may be interesting to see what the back end of this race looks like. How close are Delroy Carty and Russell Elcock to the man who was in 4th place for the majority of this race, who was in that big 4-pack, the man Dominic Howard. Cruising, both Levi and Vincent. There is Dominic Howard now. Howard out of Barbados, representing Sonics. Once again, he's not been able to quite keep up with the experience in the Team JCO circle, or just the sheer raw talent of Jakeem Carty. He's ridden a good race, however. We saw him keep up with a couple attacks from Carty early in the race. He was able to just hold off and sustain with him.
Rockin',
But it may have taken a bit of a toll out of him as Vincent and Levi head down toward the finish. They've taken their turn going past the Aurelia Kelly Primary School, and they will be heading for the line. Levi, you're saying Levi's? I'm not sure. Is it Levy? Is it Levi? Well, I think it may.
Doylan.
But is it Dylan or Dylan?
Dylan, Levi. From Belize, Team JSCO.
Team JCO. The pink helmet from Team JCO.
Stand to be corrected.
Yep. Again, just calling it as we see it. Dylan Levy and Vincent Luis heading to the finish. Who's going to take this one? They're
So
gonna give it
here
to a
we have
sprint.
the second and third place. Let us see whether the guys
Are
will
they gonna
contest
get
a
into
sprint
it?
or whether Vincent will give it to
I
him.
think Vincent will let his guy, because he's already won this one. I'll let you get the second. I'll take the third.
And you can see Vincent
Oh,
going
Vincent.
down in the drops. Everybody's down the drops. So let's see whether there will be a sprint.
Will there be? I don't think so, you know.
Vincent
I
is going to
think
leave it
Vincent
to him.
let his guy get the second. He'll take third.
Yep. Kudos to you guys. Congratulations. Second and third place been secured by Team JCO.
Very comfortable. And
It's a
fourth
few
place.
seconds back in the back. Representing Barbados, Team Sonics.
Dominic Howard on his way. He was
So
in.
Dominic Howard coming in.
He was in that group. He was in the breakaway group initially. He was right there with them. Then the pace got a bit too hot, and he just couldn't hack it. But he's ridden a
See
good
the
race.
fatigue now has
Yep.
been setting in. He's rocking left to right, but he's on his way to fourth place.
Dominic Howard getting another prize for Team Sonics out of Barbados. You know, they've sent a full team, Team Sonics, and they've got a number of podium positions thus far. Because they've already had a winner in the Masters B category, where Headley won his race comfortably. But Dominic Howard making his way through the Stony Ground area is going to wrap up the fourth place, barring anything dramatic. The battle for fifth now between Delroy Carty and Russell Elcock is going to be interesting.
Shortly after, you have Shotman will be coming in. That's Sherwin Osborne and Justin Hodge, Crazy Legs. Those are our three Anguillans. They'll be coming in shortly as well. Big up to you one time. Team Anguilla.
Howard motoring through Stony Ground as he's had a difficult race, because this is a difficult race, but he's ridden it well, you know. He's just ran into a year that's had a former winner in it, his young teammate and a young phenom. Fourth place still rewarded. He won't end up in the top 3 podium, but of course the top 10 positions all get rewarded here for this elites category. I believe it's the top 5 in every other category and the top 10 in the elite category. Howard passing the Anguillian newspaper route. He's making his way down towards his turn to head to the finish line. Team Sonics will have another good finish on this day and over this jaunty weekend. Just behind him, of course, as we said, it's Elcock and Delroy Carty battling for that 5th place. Elcock, Russell Elcock out of Barbados as well. Number of Bajans in this race, but coming over the final speed bump, it would have been a good showing here by the Team Sonics member. Dominic Howard has put in a shift for his country. Just passing the turn to go into Campus B. Howard, out of Barbados, is very much cruising into the line on what's been a very hard endurance race. You could tell that the hills and that heavy headwind. It took its toll on some of these riders. It's not as easy as Carty made it look. But cruising into the finish line in the 4th position, it is going to be the Team Sonics member, Dominic Howard, out of Barbados. He's crossing 4th. Now we can turn our attention to the battle for 5th. Because we've been claiming Carty. Well, that's the other Carty, Jakeem Carty. Now our very own Carty, Delroy Carty, is in a battle for 5th. He is alongside, well, he was alongside Russell Elcock out of Barbados. No, food. Well, is that Elcock now coming around the bend in the 5th position? It looks like it might be Russell Elcock who's taking 5th place from Delroy Carty. They've been battling all day, you know. They have been in a battle all day. But another team... another team Sonics. Remember that orange shirt, very visible. Bayesian Riders. And... it's going to be another top 5 finish for Team Sonics. It looks like Elcock's taking 5th. Delroy Carty down in 6th. And I believe Sherwin Osborne is in 7th. Of course, the top 4 were the top 4 that were the top 4 since the beginning of the race. Just, if you missed it, Carty won. Jakeem Carty would have won the race. It would have been Dylan Levi, as I've been corrected. Dylan Levi picking up the 2nd position. He was allowed to take it, really, from the former winner, his teammate, Vincent, who finished in 3rd. Then Dominic Howard wrapped up the 4th place. And now it looks like Russell Elcock is coming in the 5th position. He's motoring along through stony ground. Elcock just trying to comfortably make his way home. Again, keep in mind, this is such a difficult race, you know. They've added many elements to this race. Going up through Jeremiah Highway, that's another long easterly trajectory where the headwind is going directly into your chest. Some of these taller riders, it can be so difficult because you feel like you have a band, a resistance band that's just pulling you back every time you try to go forward. But they have soldiered on very, very strongly. Elcock making his way now toward that final turn before the home stretch. Turning on to the Stony Ground School Road. Well, see, it's really a Kelly Permit school, but if you grew up in Anguilla, it's always been called Stony Ground Primary School. It got its name changed a bit after. It was originally Stony Ground, and it'll always be called the Stony Ground Primary School. And Elcock is making his way past it and down toward the finish line. Team Sonics will wrap up 4th and 5th in the elites category. We saw those two battles throughout the race. You know, Elcock and Delroy. Elcock had passed Delroy Carty, and Carty passed him back. It looks like Elcock has left him somewhere in the east. Just cruising down the hill. Very comfortable this part of the race. You almost get a sense of relief when you get to this part. You can just go down. You can just let the momentum carry you home. You've run and you've ridden a good race. Time to go cool off. Russell Elcock out of Barbados, representing Team Sonics, is going to wrap up 5th in this Jaunty Memorial race. Comes into the applause of the Anguillian supporters who have made their presence felt here at the start/finish line. As we head back up to go and look for Delroy. No sign of might be yet.
Nicholas.
Come.
Well, we've gotten some news. The man Delroy Cart, he's not lost. He is not lost. He was behind Elcock and we just happened to fly past and miss him. So he did come in 6th place, the man Delroy Carty. He came in behind Elcock in 6th position. So he's coming in 6th. So first full Anguillian finisher coming in Delroy Carty, 6th position. It may be Anguillians back to back, as I believe Sherwin Osborne may be behind him in 7th. But the gap that was opened up by Jakeem Carty may have even bigger repercussions, because it didn't just affect the initial chasing pack, it affected everybody else that was behind them, because the chasing pack sped up to try and keep up with Carty, while the chasing pack behind the chasing pack didn't quite know how hot the pace was. And all of a sudden, this gap is looking very large. So now we have found one of our guys. There's Osborne, the veteran. Sherwin Osborne, who's very much qualified to ride with the Masters. He is going to come in a 7th place finish in the elite category. Making his way home now. Sherwin Osborne. I call him Short Man. And he has ridden a very good race, the veteran. Going past the Stony Ground Primary School. Let me back-to-back Anguillians coming in 6th and 7th. Osborne just cruising his way down the hill. He's ridden a very good race, he has. I would have closed down the gap just a little bit, but still, that just tells you how far ahead the man in Carty was. But Osborne, not too far behind his Anguillian teammate Delroy Carty, is going to come in for a 7th place finish. Representing the island of Anguilla. Anguilla very prominent along his entire racing outfit. He has done his country very proud. 7th place for Short Man Sherwin Osborne. Now we get to see what the back of the race looks like. We've pretty much known what 1st to 7th looked like for the majority of the race. Ever since that first breakaway by Jakeem Carty, we've known what the first 7 riders looked like and what place they were more than likely coming. Now, the back of the race. There are a number of names that we have not called today that are in this race, You've got the likes of Lucky Antrobus from St. Vincent. You've got Gabriel Ramirez from the Dominican Republic. Johnny Cutting out of Guyana. Whitaker from Antigua. And you've got the likes of George from St. Martin as well. A number of participants in this race. Of course, we compete all the way down to 10th place. Prizes are given up until the 10th position. As we do approach the 3 o'clock hour here. $3 in the PM for my race that started at about 10:30. Test of endurance, test of stamina, a test of mental fortitude. This has been a very, very good race, Just taking my eyes out for a second to look at the test match. West Indies at 219 for 4. 219 for 4. Hope and Graves are there unbeaten. Campbell out for 72. Django, the double centurion from the last game, he fell cheaply for 9. Of course, Sri Lanka scored almost 600 runs, 550 declared. That match is probably going to end up a draw. What a race this has been, once again, if you were late in joining us, you'll be very late, of course. It's 3 in the PM. The race started about 5 hours ago. But your winner very comfortably in what was a brilliant race, Jakeem Carty from Velo Club de Sandy Ground in St. Martin. Second place went to Dylan Levy from Belize representing Team JCO. Vincent Louis Shot of France came in third also from Team JCO. Then it was Dominic Howard who came in fourth from the Team Sonics in Barbados. In fifth was also Team Sonics, where Russell Elcock came in from Barbados. And sixth and seventh were a couple Anguillians in Delroy Carty and Sherwin Osborne. Of course, none of this would be possible without the tremendous efforts of all of those that put this race together. None less than our sponsors, of course. I have to say a big thank you to Nagico Insurances, to Superior Industrial, to Mako Insurances, to NCBA, celebrating their 10th anniversary of being NCBA, to the Angola Football Association, to the Department of Sports in Angola, to Liberty Credit Union, to the Angola Social Security Board, to the Angola Air and Seaports Authority, ASPA, and to Four Seasons Anguilla for all of the tremendous work that they have done in sponsoring this brilliant event. Of course, all those who have done the work behind the scenes, putting the race together. I saw the barriers and stanchions and the tents all going up from early in the week. You saw the markers being put down very early as well. Special thank you also to the police force for keeping all of these riders safe on these roads. These are public roads and they were not completely closed, but the police did well in keeping all of our riders safe.
growth and real results. 10 years on, that commitment stands stronger, measured in milestones achieved and lives impacted. From one generation to the next, we've grown together. NCBA is more than banking. It's the trust in your first savings account, the courage to start your own business, the dream of owning your home. We belong to Anguilla, to its people, its families, its future. And as we look ahead, our promise remains to serve, to lead, and to grow with you. Banking where you belong. The National Commercial Bank of Anguilla Limited. Years ago, a commitment was made to build a bank that empowers people, ignites ambition, and transforms possibilities into shared sustainable growth and real results. 10 years on, that commitment stands stronger, measured in milestones achieved and lives impacted. From one generation to the next, we've grown together. NCBA is more than banking. It's the trust in your first savings account, the courage to start your own business, the dream of owning your home. We belong to Anguilla, to its people, its families, its future. And as we look ahead, our promise remains to serve, to lead, and to grow with you. Banking where you belong. The National Commercial Bank of Anguilla Limited. 10 years ago, a commitment was made to build a bank that empowers people, ignites ambition, and transforms possibilities into shared sustainable growth and real results. 10 years on, that commitment stands stronger, measured in milestones achieved and lives impacted. From one generation to the next, we've grown together. NCBA is more than banking. It's the trust in your first savings account, the courage to start your own business, the dream of owning your home. We belong to Anguilla, to its people, its families, its future. And as we look ahead, our promise remains to serve, to lead, and to grow with you. Banking where you belong. The National Commercial Bank of Anguilla Limited.
by Liberty. And our first female to reach Welch's Hill, sponsored by Liberty as well, goes to Janelle Clark.
Put the trophy in front of the bag. No, not you. Put the trophy in front of the bag. Right.
All right, moving on to Masters B category. Coming in 5th place, reigning of the island of Anguilla, representing Team Brutal Pedals, goes to the man, Craig Emmanuel. Craig the Fireman Emmanuel, congratulations to you, Masters B category. Coming in 4th place, represent the island of Barbados and Team Sonics, goes to the man, Alan Kodagan. Fourth place to the man, Alan, represent Team Sonics one time. And in 3rd place, represent the island of St. Martin and the team Hot Wheels, goes to the man, Mark Still Is Madewell. Second place, Masters B category, reigning from the island of Guadeloupe. This guy would have been the first representative and winner in the 2020 John T. here in Anguilla. Goes to the man, Sarge Nepu. Sorry, I said corrected. 2000 John T. You know, 2020 was like yesterday, right? So the original and first John T winner, the man Serge Nepu one time. Congratulations to you. And in Masters B, taking the top podium, the creme de la creme from the island of St. Martin, reigning and representing Team VCSG, goes to the man Patricio, still sharp, cutting on both sides, Blade Carter.
Yeah. Don't know.
All right, also gonna say the first Masters B to cross the start finish line on the first round goes to the man Patricio Carti. Also, the first Master B to complete the race within 2 hours and 30 minutes goes to the man Ronald Charles. Gonna say the first Masters B to come out of sandy ground, sponsored by Angolita Rum, goes to the man Patricio Blade Carti. And the first Masters B to come out of Welch's Hill, sponsored by Baseheads, goes to Patricio Blade Carti. Gonna announce this one time. So this is the last man standing in Masters B. Again, committed all the way to the top, Ronald, all the way to the top, all the way to the top. Completing the course in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Ronald Chance represent the island of Dominica and Team Street Falcons. One time. Moving on to the Masters A category. Represent the island of St. Martin, coming in 5th place, goes to the man, Wilma Agzizante. All right, that's Wilma Ascarante, coming in 5th place. Representing from the island of Antigua, in 4th place, goes to the man, Newell Mack. And in 3rd place in Masters A category, reigning on the island of Barbados and representing Team Sonics, goes to the man, Desron Baidu. I had to make sure I got the last name correct, because, I know Barbados representing, or St. Vincent representing, or Anguilla representing. Nurtured and raised in Anguilla.
That's our Desron!
Coming in 2nd place, right on the island of Antigua, goes to the man, Sean Weatherin.
Yeah, this is your problem.
And in 1st place, Masters A. Coming from the island that Charlie Biscuit were made. From the island of Barbados, representing the island, the team of Sonics. And repeating and defending his champion title very well, goes to the man, Dwayne, fast, real fast, extra fast, Henley. Also gonna announce the frames one time for the first person to Welch's Hill, sponsored by Base Heads, goes to the man, Newell Mack.
Okay, on the count of 3, raise your trophy, okay? Once you finish.
And also the first man out of Sandy Ground, sponsored by Anguilita Rums, goes to the man, Dwayne Headley one time. At the first Masters 8 to pass the start finish line, who goes to the man, Sean Weathered.
Oh boy, Sean. Don't worry.
Gonna pay the man, Samuel Basil, for the prize of completing the course within the stipulated time as the last man standing, coming in and completing within with a time of 2 hours and 50 minutes, goes to the man, Samuel Basil. That's right, we don't need no shoes to win a race. We run races without shoes. We put on cleats. Don't need them.
Damn, today was the Friday. Bicycle problem and alternative. I do like that.
Like I said, we encouraging our cyclists to not just only win, but complete. It speaks of dedication, commitment. Moving on to our juniors category. Coming in 4th place, represent the island of Anguilla and team Wheels on Fire, goes to the man Ephraim Hughes Hodge. And in 3rd place, reigning from the island of Guadeloupe, goes to the man Tyrone Nicholas. And in 2nd place, represent the island of St. Martin and team VCSG, goes to the man Whitner Ginderman. And in 1st place, represent the island of St. Martin and team ASM, goes to the man Giuliani Van Hennigan. Gonna announce the first cyclist to Welch's Hill, goes to the man Tyrone Nicholas. This one's sponsored by Baseheads. No, he from Seoul. Window. Tyrone. And the first standing ground, first person out of standing ground, goes to the man Giuliani Van Hennigan. Sponsored by Anguillita Rums. No, he ain't getting alcohol, okay? It's not alcohol. Our first junior to pass the start-finish line goes to Tyrone Nicholas. And of course, our last man standing, finishing the course within the stipulated time, goes to the man Ephraim Hughes Hodge. Congratulations going out to our juniors. All right, moving on to elite category. Now, our elite category is a big category. And this one we are reward all 10 positions. Coming in 10th place, reigning from the island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, goes to the man Zafal Bailey. Congratulations going to you. Coming in 9th place, representing the island of Anguilla and team Brutal Pedals, goes to the man Justin Crazy Legs Hodge. Can also award Justin with a prize sponsored by Blue Railing Boutique out of Shoal Bay, Anguilla. In 8th place, representing the island of Guyana, goes to the man Johnny Cotton. And in 7th place, representing the island of Anguilla, goes to the man Sherwin Shopman Osborne. In 6th place, represent the island of Anguilla, goes to the man Delroy Cuddy. Well, representative of coming in 5th place, represent the island of Barbados, goes to the man Russell Ellock. Team Sonics in the building. And coming in the 4th place, represent the team of Sonics and the island of Barbados, goes to the man Dominique Howard. And in 3rd place, represent the island of St. Martin and team JCO, goes to the man Vincent Luis. And coming in 2nd place, Also representing team JCO out of St. Martin goes to the man Dylan Levy. And ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you the 25th anniversary of the John T. Memorial Race right here in Anguilla. Goes to no one.
I have to make sure I collect that one first, you know, I can't leave it blow away. It's important, it's very important.
As I was saying before, the 25th anniversary of John T. Memorial right here in Anguilla. This year, 2026 July, goes to no other than the man out of St. Martin, Jakeem Jaja Kati. Also gonna make mention, the first man to Welch's Hill goes to Jakeem Jaja Kati, sponsored by Baseheads. And our first person out of Sandy Ground on the first lap, sponsored by SOS Radio in St. Martin, goes to the man Jakeem Kati. And the second lap, coming out on Sandy Ground, sponsored by Billy D, goes to the man Jaja Jakeem Kati. First. Okay, gonna make an announcement of the first male elite to pass, the first male Anguillan elite to complete the race goes to the man Delroy Carty. Just gonna let you know that Delroy is right now arriving in grand style in the limousine right here to my right, your left. Watch it real quick, watch him, watch him, watch him. As he exits the vehicle and strides across the finish line in grand style, Delroy Carty. Straight to the podium, straight to the podium. Just gonna announce to you guys, all the fans, supporters, sponsors, our platinum sponsor bracket goes to Anguilla Cycling Association for all the hard work is involved in getting these races put together. The government of Anguilla, the Department of Sports, the Social Security Board, and Liberty Cooperative Credit Union. Also sponsored by Tropical Distributors, Anguilla Air Services, the Anguilla Air and Seaport Authority, Superior Electric, 5C Cycling Academy. Just to remind you that Delroy would have dropped into the sixth position, completing the elite race. And also the first elite Anguillan to finish the race, Delroy Carty as well.
Come ready, let's go.
Let's give a round of applause to all our elite cyclists. And also a round of applause to you guys for enduring with us through the whole season of training, waking up all in the morning, going to sleep late at night, cooking them special meals, massaging, everything. Thank you too as well. Gonna make a special announcement brought to you by the Anguilla Guyanese Association. Gonna make a special presentation to the following persons. Presented to Bladisha Kati in recognition of your participation in the U11 Girls Cycling event hosted by the Anguilla Cycling Association. For your enthusiasm, determination, and sportsmanship are truly commendable. May this achievement inspire you to continue striving for excellence both on and off the course. The Guyanese Association of Anguilla, Bladisha, congratulations to you. We got another award that's going to be given to another youth cyclist. As we say, congratulations to Bladisha one time for this award from the Anguilla Guyanese. That's the Guyanese Association of Anguilla. This next award also presented to Zachary Lake Pancho. Again, in recognition of your participation in the U11 Boys Cycling event hosted by the Anguilla Cycling Association, your enthusiasm, determination, and sportsmanship are truly commendable. May this achievement inspire you to continue striving in excellence, both on and off the course. Zachary Lake Pancho, we present this award to you. I gotta say, right, I look to my left, wondering where Zachary may be. And children are what children are. And he's in the back playing on the playground, having fun. If you know Zachary, he is a real trooper. And he's an excellent cyclist in the making. We wish that he will continue on in the sport of cycling as he excel for greatness. Zachary, congratulations to you on behalf of the Anguilla Cycling Association and the Association of Guyanese here in Anguilla. We thank you and present this certificate to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much once again for coming out to the 25th anniversary of John T. Memorial Race. We hope to see you this time and another time. Welcome back to Anguilla sometime as we conclude this afternoon activities for the John T. Memorial Race. Don't forget, next event is gonna be in September, where we're gonna have our closing race right here in Anguilla. We're gonna make an announcement to all my Semate teams. This race is gonna be all open. There will be no gear restrictions for none of the categories. If you can turn a 60 plate, you bring it. If you can turn a 10 ratchet, you roll it. We don't care. We have no restrictions on the gear ratio for our last race right here in Anguilla. It's the end of season. So if you think this whole locking out thing here that we had this morning holding up yesterday, activities was a joke, no, yeah, we done with that. End of season race, September. We will announce you the date exactly. It should be around the end of September. God forbid any hurricane were to come. But that's going to be happening that day. Gotta say appreciation to my commissaires, my elite commissaire, Mr. Henny Bonifacio, Shimano, Bailey, Edsel Romney, George Baptiste, Sharon Lowe, the whole team for making this possible. Of course, without their rules, regulations, and I hear it too, we would have had a lot of chaos, trust you me. And of course, to my association members, Calvin Fleming, Vion, Chicory, Brooks, Cathy Ann Sylvester, Derek Carty, for making all these things possible with you and the association team. And of course, to you, the fans, you guys also made it possible for your support. Like I said, with all the cyclists, everybody, you made it possible for us as well. I'm gonna make a big shout out to our two grassroots and cycling clubs right now that's happening. Wheels on Fire, the team in Orange, of course, doing it well. And also, Brutal Pedals. Big up to you as well, Team Green, we call it. And we see you guys on the next one. So until then, enjoy the rest of the evening. Y'all be safe and God bless. Taran Hajkadi, President of the Cycle Association, over and out.